We are live.
All right, excellent. Hey, Senator King. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Judicial Proceedings Committee. Today is Wednesday, February 10th, 2021. We have 12 bills on the docket today, and we'll start off with Senator Peters with Senate Bill 368. Before we turn it over to Senator Peters, we'll go 368, 434, which is Senator King right there, 435, 408, 388, 478, 397, 484, 377, 373, 467, 445. So with that, we will start with Senator Peters. Senator Peters, the floor is yours. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm the sponsor-only bill. I want to just give you a quick recap. I voted for the first speed camera bill when it came down the pike. I think it was around 2007. We then modified that bill to add work zones. We then modified that bill again, Prince George's County, which I represent, to put it on a higher ed, roads. Then Prince George's modified it again in 2018 to put one on Indian Head Highway, which had a lot of high accident rates. Then we came back in 2019 and Prince George's modified it again so we could put 3 cameras on Indian Head. And so this is in that whole, series of bills that now I've put in a bill to allow municipalities to put speed cameras where they choose, as long as they check with the county. County says it's okay, because we know some counties don't provide speed cameras. And so if there's cities in those counties, the county doesn't want it, they can basically veto it. But what would allow is that the city would apply to put speed cameras in different places in the city. They give the 60 days for the county to reject it or accept it. If they don't hear from the county in 60 days, it would automatically be an acceptance. And then the city would pay for the speed cameras and then receive the revenue from the cameras. My issue is that I have the city of Bowie, which is 50% of my legislative district. It's about 60,000 people. It's, I think, the 4th largest city in the state now. And we had a very historic road that went in front of the Bel Air Stables, which used to house 2 Triple Crown winners. And the city decided to put speed bumps all along that road. And I said, why did you do that? And the mayor said, if you gave me a speed camera, I would put those up. So that the residents were very unhappy with the speed humps, the traffic calming devices. So that was really the genesis of the bill. So that is the bill in a nutshell, Mr. Chair.
Excellent. Thank you, Senator. Looking around the room for questions. We have 2 questions. One, I saw Senator West first, and then we'll go to Senator Castley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So thank you, Senator Peters, for this bill. Tell me, though, when it's all about municipal corporations, does that include Baltimore City?
I guess you'd have to ask the 2 senators here. I'm not exactly sure how they're treated. I didn't expressly include them. I just thought maybe they might have their own policy. So I guess my answer is I'm not sure.
Well, the reason I'm asking is last year, Baltimore City had a bill to permit speed cameras to be placed on the Jones Falls Expressway, which is the main way that many people who work downtown get downtown to work in their offices. And frankly, most of the people who use the Jones Falls Expressway come from my district and Senator Hedelman's district out in the county. And we were, the 2 of us were not happy with the bill, and the bill never went anywhere. This is especially important now because of COVID and the fact that so many people have been working remotely. I have a serious concern that downtown Baltimore is never going to recover. That the people who've been successfully working from home are going to increasingly successfully work from home. And when you go downtown today, you run a gamut. You've got the Jones Falls Expressway first, then you have panhandlers and squeegee kids you got to get through. You got to deal with the terrible crime in downtown Baltimore, the expense. You can go at lunchtime and the sidewalks in downtown Baltimore are basically empty. Once upon a time, they were crowded with people going out to get lunch. These days, people stay in their offices. They don't want to go out. And as soon as the day's over, they go home. So my concern is if we add speed cameras on the Jones Falls, start ticketing people who are going over 50 miles an hour, and except at rush hour, a lot of people, because I travel it myself, when I go have cars going zipping by me, a lot of people go more than 50 miles an hour. We are going to further discourage the return of downtown Baltimore to its prominence as the place in Maryland where so many people work, to the detriment of the city. So could we get someone to check whether or not the Baltimore City would be included in the scope of your bill as things stand?
And
And if it is included, include an amendment in here, say this doesn't apply to Baltimore City.
Yeah, I'm prepared to do whatever the committee thinks is best there. I didn't think about that. They're obviously unique and really their own entity there.
Okay, we'll take a look at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Senator West. Senator Castle, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator, for the bill. But the bill kind of refers to the rest of the law. I don't think there would be any restrictions under this for municipalities. I mean, if they wanted 3 or 4 speed cameras on the local highway, they could do that, right, under this bill, as long as the county approved it?
Yeah, I guess the reason I read you the history is because, if the county wants speed cameras, we keep putting in all these bills, but ultimately we're going to get to a point where we're going to have a bill every year, multiple bills every year to place these cameras at different, different intersections, like I brought up,
Right.
Old Fort Road. So rather than that, I mean, I just think personally, the county either wants it or they don't. And if the county's okay with it, they'll give the city a permission. And if the county's not okay with it, cities won't get the permission.
So I follow you up to that point, but then when I look at page 3, paragraph 3, it says a county may not unreasonably deny the request or place any exactions or fees on the device. And I guess, and I understand Bowie's a big part of your district, but the towns tend to be on the choke points of the state highways. That's how they got there, right? They're all,
Right.
So you have a county and it's got 3 municipalities and they're all located right along the major artery through the county.
Right.
And they do, most of the people on those arteries are county residents, not municipal residents. So I'm just questioning sort of the theory here that tends to give, your point's well taken, that if a county wants to do this in that county, okay.
Right.
But it seems to me that why would we not want to give the county more discretion? Because just, your municipalities were, they're 200 years old. They're along all the major arteries, and they're going to kind of exercise excessive power within the county on traffic movement that may not be in the interest of the whole county. So I'm just curious on this unreasonably deny a request. I don't even know what that means. I mean, if the county just simply said, we don't want it, would that be unreasonable? If the county said we want the traffic to keep moving through your town, we don't want speed lights, is that unreasonable? The county, normally the county could just say, the county council votes, they say, nope. Nobody says why. You want it or not? Yes or no? You say no, so it fails. Now, was that an unreasonable denial? I just don't understand that language, that's all. Does the county council have to all go through and say, okay, we vote no for the following 17 reasons, put those in writing, and then you can appeal that to the circuit court if you want? It's just a difficult part of the statute to make the bill to make work.
I understand. If you think there's language there that would make the bill better, I'm all for it.
Okay.
My
All
guess would be, just theoretically, if the counties don't have speed cameras, they're going to deny the municipalities. But if there's some counties that have it, probably in most cases they would allow it. But then there might be some issues between the county and the city for whatever reason.
Mhm.
And that's kind of why that was put in there. But if there's better language, I'm very open to it, Senator. I understand your point and appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cassidy and West. Taking notes with the council here on the side, so we'll make sure we get the clear definition under the transportation article, whether Baltimore's included in, and whether that denial could be contested in court. So we'll figure it out. Thank you, Senator Peters. Thank you, Senator Castley. Looking around the room. All right, seeing no further questions, that will conclude the hearing and the testimony for Senate Bill 368. Thank you, Senator Peters. We'll now move on to Senator King for the next two bills. We'll start off with Senate Bill 434. Senator King, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. The Intercounty Connector, or the ICC as we call it, runs through part of my district and was the first cashless toll road in Maryland. Within a couple months of the opening of the ICC, I began hearing from constituents who received civil fines for not paying their tolls. There were a myriad of reasons that they didn't pay on time, but despite the reasons, all of them were shocked at the cost of the penalty versus the initial toll amount. Those constituent calls have not stopped, and with the introduction of cashless tolling across the state, they've only increased. On July 1st, 2020, the civil penalty for toll violations was reduced from $50 to $25, with the MDTA board indicating that the reduced penalty is more closely aligned with the costs that are incurred by the department to process toll violations. Senate Bill 434 will reduce the outstanding civil penalty for toll violations that were assessed on or before July 1st, 2021 from $50 to $25. Many Maryland families are struggling financially. The pandemic has increased those numbers, and reducing these fines will help families to pay their debt or allow them to gradually pay off what is now an insurmountable debt. And I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 434. Mr. Chairman, let me just add that on this bill and the next bill, one of the biggest problems that I found as I was researching all this is the fact that people move and they don't let the MVA know what their new address is. So that when they get a fine that's mailed or whatever, they a lot of times don't get it. So then it gets to multiplying, and that's for a large number of them. That's one of the reasons why they get such a high bill after all of this.
Excellent. Thank you, Senator King. And I definitely I'm familiar with the problem and the area. So thank you for bringing this forward. You have two witnesses on for your panel. I see Mr. Schneiderman is here. You are the primary witness. You'll get 5 minutes. Good to see you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, Senator King, and members of the committee for the opportunity to address this bill. My name's Franz Schneiderman. I work with a group called Consumer Auto that works on safety and fairness and transparency for Maryland drivers and car buyers. I mean, we support this bill because we think it will help provide, fairly modest, but nevertheless useful debt relief for the large number of Maryland who have gotten into pretty substantial debt for these toll fines because of the rather large fines the state has been charging for these toll violations. The $50 fines, as I and many other advocates have talked about on a number of occasions, those were pretty high fines for what are fairly modest violations, and they could mount rather quickly into a substantial debt obligation for people who didn't know they were incurring the fines, or where the fines may not, the violation fees notices may have been sent to the wrong address, or people who just had trouble paying the fines. And frankly, the fines particularly are burdensome to lower income people who are less likely to have an Easy Pass or to have a credit card that will automatically pay their Easy Pass bills, and to have to replenish the Easy Pass manually, which creates lots of opportunities to fail to get it properly replenished and incur large fees. I'm glad to see that the state has acted to lower the fees to $25, which I think is a fairer amount. And it seems fair to me now to give some relief to the people who have incurred those debts in the past as a result of those, seemingly excessive fees, by reducing the fee to the same fee we're going to be charging going forward, which is $25. That would, as I said, provide some modest relief to people who have incurred significant debts under those rather high fines that the state has been assessing. So we support SB 434 and ask for you to give us a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schneiderman. And with that, I think I'm looking for Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson is next on your panel. I do not see Mr. Johnson here. So with that, that will conclude the testimony for Senate Bill 434. Now I'll turn it over to the committee for questions. Senator Cassidy has a question.
Just a real brief question. So I don't see in the bill the reduction to 25. Was that a bill last year, or why don't?
That's my understanding. Yes.
Okay, so the reduction that's moving forward, that's already the law somehow. That's why it's not before us. And so the problem here is that they already assess people with fines, and the only way the state can basically forgive those is if we pass a law saying that's retroactive, basically back to 25 prior to the date.
Right. I mean, I've talked to people, Senator, that are up to like owing $3,000.
Yeah, I
for the ICC.
I have no problem with the bill. I'm just trying to understand the technical part.
Yeah.
Of it. It sounds like, so all we're doing here is passing a law so that they can forgive those prior, when they calculate the prior fees, they take those down to 25, but then moving forward from this, there's already, somehow we already passed a law that I'm not seeing here that takes those down to 25. Is maybe somebody, Franz,
July 1st, 2020, the civil penalty for toll violations was reduced from 50 to 25.
Franz is raising his hand here.
Well, yes, just to clarify, I believe the MDTA agreed last year to reduce the fines from $50 to $25
Right.
effective July 1st, 2021. So this
And that's
bill,
already done.
that part is
taken care of.
right. This is just
Okay.
looking retrospectively at giving some relief to making the past fees essentially consistent with what we're going to have to be charging.
Okay. That's fine. I have no problem with the bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Senator Cassidy. And with that, seeing no further questions, that'll conclude the hearing and the testimony for Senate Bill 434. We'll now move on to Senator King with Senate Bill 435. Senator King.
Okay. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, Senate Bill 435, vehicle laws, failure to pay video toll penalties. Under current law, the Maryland Vehicle Administration can suspend a vehicle for failure to pay video toll debt. The ICC was the first cashless toll road in the state, so drivers in Montgomery and Prince George's County were disproportionately affected by that law. But now that there is a cashless video tolling throughout the state, it increases the urgency for a more equitable practice. Senate Bill 435 will remove suspensions for video toll debt and will flag the registration for non-renewal, giving motorists the opportunity to continue to drive their car to work and a means to work out their debt issues. Removing suspension for toll violations aligns Maryland with the majority of states who are simply flagging the registration for non-renewal, and I request a favorable report.
Excellent. Thank you, Senator King. And with that, we have the same witnesses as before. So Mr. Schneiderman, you're up. You're the primary, so you've got 5 minutes. There you go.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Smith, Senator King. I don't think this should take 5 minutes. Again, this is obviously a similar bill, which we support because, you know, it's going to be fairer, particularly to the lower income people who are at risk of losing their vehicle registrations as a result of these rather high toll fines that a lot of people have trouble repaying. I believe 22,000 Marylanders had their registration suspended between 2015 and 2018 as a result of these toll violations. That's a pretty large number of people, and as we talked about before, it's particularly burdensome for lower income people who can easily get into debt as a result of these relatively high fees. And obviously, losing the registration undermines their ability to make a living or to pursue new job opportunities. And it also can mean they get into further legal trouble for driving without a registration, as some people do when they feel they need to do that, to drive illegally without a registration to meet their needs or to get to their job. So it creates a kind of a debt slide and a slide into further legal difficulties that further burdens particularly lower income people. My understanding is that only 8 states now suspend registrations as part of the collection of these toll fines. 42 do not. So, you know, I think Maryland can and should join the vast majority of states who collect these toll violation fines in other ways without the license suspension. So, support the bill and ask for you to give it a favorable report. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Schneiderman. That will seem the other witness is not here. That will conclude the witness testimony for Senate Bill 435. Now I'll turn it over to the committee for questions. Seeing none, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 435. Thank you, Senator King.
Thank you.
Next up, actually, Senator Kramer, I see you were here. I thought you were here a second ago. You've since popped off. So we are going to go down then to Senator Castley. Senator Castley, you don't have a witness panel, so we can move to your bill and then come back to Senator Kramer when he returns. So Senator Castley with Senate Bill 388, you're up. If you're ready. I know we jumped out.
Yeah, I'm ready. We can go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So colleagues, currently the law allows that if you're in a handicapped person and you park at a normal parking meter, you don't have to feed the meter for a certain period of time. There's the law sets out like 4-hour maximums and some things like that, but you don't have to feed the meter. But there is, under the current law, some language that says that you do have to feed the meter if it's if it's handicapped accessible meter. Actually, the specific language is in the law that it's on page 2 of the bill, where the parking meters do not meet the requirement. It says basically that if they meet the requirements of the American with Disabilities Act. So you're probably asking yourself, have you ever seen a parking meter that meets the requirements of the Americans with Disabilities Act? Well, there are no individual car parking meters that would meet that standards. So it's not, in many cases, it's not a problem. But what we've gotten to now are situations where you have these kiosks on the sidewalk where you can, the parking along an entire street, you go up on the sidewalk, you go to one of the kiosks, you buy a ticket, and then you put that on your dashboard. Well, guess what? Those machines are designed to be accessible to people who are handicapped. They have large letters, large keys, and they're mounted kind of low to the ground so you can get it in a wheelchair. So we have some governmental entities that are saying, well, that's a handicap, that's an AD accessible parking meter. So if you interpret it that way, here's the ramifications for that. An individual in a wheelchair parks on the public street. They see that machine over on the sidewalk. They have to pull their wheelchair out of their car, climb into their wheelchair, then close their car up, wheel down the sidewalk to find the nearest handicap ramp up onto the sidewalk, push themselves over to the handicap equipped accessible kiosk, purchase a ticket, roll back down the sidewalk, public accessible meter, roll back down the street to their car, unlock their car, reopen their car, climb back out of their wheelchair into their vehicle, place this ticket in the dashboard of the car, climb back out of their car into their wheelchair, close their car up, roll back down the sidewalk to the handicap accessible ramp, and then proceed along their way. That's not handicap accessible. Saying that the machine down the sidewalk is a handicap accessible meter doesn't in any way meet the requirements of what the ADA is intended to do. So this bill just simply strikes that language that the municipalities, that some of the local governments are relying upon to justify ticketing of people with handicap tags by saying that, hey, we had this machine, it's handicap accessible, and you're just going to roll back and forth and all around. This, of course, doesn't apply to lots where you pull in and purchase a ticket from the guard and you pay on your way out. That doesn't apply. This is really to these machines that we're talking about. So this language just simply strikes that language that pretends that you do have a ADA compliant parking meter, because the ADA does not issue any standards at this point for ADA compliant parking meter. They do have certain standards on all equipment, Coke machines and parking meters, or any kind of machine, to make sure that the handicap can roll up and push the buttons and use those machines, but that doesn't make it a handicap accessible parking meter. So that's the bill. That's all it does. It strikes some of that language that, and if we pass this, people will be able to park with the handicap tagged vehicle on a public street with a meter, but they are subject to limitations that are currently in the law. That's generally, for example, there's a 4-hour a limitation on how long you can park in a handicap spot, some things like that. So that's it. Just request your favorable consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Excellent. Thank you, Senator Casserly. It's a sponsor-only panel. Turn to the committee for questions. All right, seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so now we'll skip back to Senator Kramer. That concludes the hearing for Senate Bill 388. We'll now move over to Senate Bill 408 with Senator Kramer. Senator Kramer, you're up. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Pardon me, Ben Kramer here to introduce Senate Bill 408. Committee, this is a bill that is a follow-up to a bill that I introduced in the committee a couple of weeks ago to begin to address what is becoming chronic problem of high-speed racing and just high-speed driving on Maryland's highways. The legislation that I discussed with you all a couple of weeks ago included a must appear for those who are exceeding the speed limit by 20 miles per hour or more. I think that is probably going to be the most effective way to address this issue. You may recall a brief video of motorcycles racing on a Maryland highway. We are seeing that with greater and greater frequency, putting the entire motoring public and even our residents who are on foot at risk. So I mentioned at the time that I would have a companion bill that I would be coming back to the committee with that further addresses some of these issues, and that's the bill that is before you today, with the goal being a very focused effort to address this phenomenon that just continues to increase and heighten and put at risk the public welfare of our communities throughout the state. So what is the bill does? The bill is a conglomeration of a number of things that were worked through between residents in the communities that have been participating in this process, and predominantly our Maryland Transportation Authority police, to look at mechanisms to address specific problems. So the first part of the bill begins with a language that says a person may not knowingly obscure a registration plate for the purpose of evading automated enforcement of the Maryland vehicle law. So that is in response to a large number of people who are simply going online, buying a little film piece that goes over their license plate so that speed cameras cannot pick up the tag information. It obscures that information. During daytime hours, the tag may look perfectly clear and you can't see that it's been applied, but it's available anywhere on the internet. The entities that provide it don't make any, they don't guise what its intended purpose is. They advertise that it will block speeding cameras. And so this would prohibit the obscuring of the plates with this film and create a fine for doing so. Next, the bill would increase the number of points for reckless driving from 6 points to 12 points, and also make it a mandatory must appear in court. So this reaches back into the bill that I brought to you a couple of weeks ago that was freestanding and said must appear for again, speeding over 20 miles per hour, which it also then enshrines in statute that violation is considered reckless driving and a must appear. So that's what this bill does in that line. It takes us from 6 to 12 points for reckless driving and makes it a must appear. Now, it also addresses the issue of a speed contest and makes that also a must appear in court. Again, the goal being that there is very little right now that gets people's attention. Forcing them to come before a judge is far more likely to begin modifying behavior than just simply throwing a fine at people. So this increases both the points and a must appear. The bill also ensures that both participating in a speed contest and actually being a participant, as well as timekeepers or flag persons who are participating in a speed contest, they too must appear in court. So I won't reiterate the intent and the purpose of that, but that's what the legislation does. The bill also takes existing law with regard to modifying exhaust systems on a vehicle and changes right now what is a fine of up to $500 with a prepay provision in the district court that makes it $70 and simply makes it a flat $200 fee. So it's no longer up to $500. It is a flat, up to $500, it's a flat $200 fee. So that is the gist of what the legislation does. And again, with the intent and purpose of putting some tools into the toolbox for our law enforcement community to address this significant and growing problem of racing on Maryland's highways and really destroying our communities. And this is not just a problem in Montgomery County, it is a problem in Baltimore County, it is a problem in Prince George's County, it is a problem in Harford County. So there is a broad experience across the state with this problem, and we're looking to, find ways to address it. So with that, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I appreciate your indulgence. Certainly would welcome any questions you might have.
Excellent. Thank you, Senator Kramer. So I see Senator Jackson has a question, but we're going to just defer questions to the end of the panel, and then we'll come back. But you're in the queue first. Senator Kramer, you've got Mr. Singh as your primary witness. So Mr. Singh, you're up first, and you'll have 5 minutes as the primary.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the Judicial Proceedings Committee. I am Rocco resident John Singh. I represent the Maryland Coalition for Highway Safety, approximately 125 homeowners and HOAs across the state of Maryland. We strongly support all the provisions of Senate Bill 408 and thank Senator Ben Kramer for responding to his constituents to create this life-saving bill. I encourage you and the committee to submit a favorable report on SB 408 to the General Assembly. So the big picture, what's going on in Maryland? Deaths climbing more than ever. The numbers jumped through the roof in 2020, and they're increasing nationally. A record 3 people died every 2 days on Maryland roads in 2020. How many more people have to die? With limited resources in the state for enforcement, investments in technology, and innovation, they aren't the answer yet. So what's left that can make a difference? Senator Kramer's bill is not about increasing punishment for those who kill innocent people and or create mayhem on Maryland highways. It's about deterring, stopping, preventing dangerous behavior that leads to families losing their children or friends losing friends without the chance to say goodbye. It's about deterrence to speeding and illegal motor vehicle operation. So our coalition's worked well with state transportation and county law enforcement and other authorities to find out why these numbers keep going up. It's very troublesome. We're just a volunteer bunch of folks that are upset and concerned about what's happening to Maryland and our roads. We're not a group of motorcyclists or sports enthusiasts. We're not lobbyists for commercial interests. We're lobbyists for where we live in this state, some of us for decades, and what the heck is going on in this state. We form and represent the basis of your constituents, just average people who are fed up with speeding, the danger, the noise, and the deaths, regardless of what else is happening in our world today. Surrounding states are tougher on speeders. Why is that? Why can't we change our reputation from a roadways playground to that where safety comes first? I'm thinking that, some other questions we've heard regarding this bill, sort of what's the bother with speeding on lightly traveled remote or rural roads? Well, that thinking goes completely against the data on safety and speeding, whether Maryland or Montana. So from an international mega-analysis, I found that the U.S. National Highway Transportation Safety Administration shares 2 key points that are undoubtedly just a result of compendium of studies across the world, not just in the U.S. The higher the speed, the greater the probability of a crash. And at the same percentage increase in speed, the crash rate on rural roads increases more than the crash rate on urban roads. And more people are going to die on the rural roads. Now, the Food and Drug Administration would not approve the sale of a drug with a more likelihood that the patient would die. It doesn't matter whether you live in the city or the country, and it doesn't matter whether people who live in rural areas still want to take the harmful drug. The drug would not be approved because safety comes first and the risk to human lives. So I ask, is it humanly possible for this committee to agree that driving 80 miles an hour recklessly in a 60-mile-per-hour limit zone will cause more death and should be deterred? My advanced testimony letter includes a link to the AAA Insurance Institute for Highway Safety video crash tests at a modest 56 miles per hour versus 50 miles per hour. And at 56 miles per hour, if you take the time to look at this video, it's just a 2 or 3 minute video. Nobody watching this hearing would survive the damage to the driver compartment. That's 56 miles per hour. In the 60 mile per hour limit, I'm looking literally at the ICC now out the window of my house. At that 60 mile per hour speed limit, there's no car going only 60 miles per hour. I guarantee it. Now, crash test dummies in these videos live to survive another day, but not your constituents, not human beings. So how much data of rising mortality on roads like Indian Head Highway, they refer to it as the Carnage Expressway, how much more data do we need? How many more compelling videos of crash test dummies? So the question also arose that the mandatory court provision will only aggravate the crowded courts. And we say there's other solutions to that, that are separate from maintaining safety first on the highway roads. Make speeders tell it to the judge. The legal system should seek other remedies to alleviate congestion in the courts. So Mr. Smith, with all due respect, we don't need any more evidence or more graphs or charts to show you how traffic deaths continue to climb in 2021, this time next year, while losing more lives in the meantime. Mr. Chairman and Judicial Proceedings Committee members, please embrace safety first on Maryland roads and favorably recommend Senate Bill 408. Thank you and your colleagues for your time and your concern.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Sang. And with that, we'll move on to Mr. Quinn. You are up next.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, and good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies. My name is Matt Quinn. I'm the president of the Greater Olney Civic Association. The Greater Olney Civic Association, GOCA, is a nonprofit umbrella organization whose mission is to study, plan, coordinate, promote the overall civic, economic, ecological, and cultural welfare of the community of Olney via the Greater Olney Master Plan. The Greater Olney community has utilized the ICC, I believe, as it was conceived from the beginning. People utilize the ICC to get to the corridors of 29, 95, and 270. And that has also allowed people from utilizing those corridors to come to Olney, such as the utilizing the Olney Boys and Girls Club multiplex. There's a great athletic component for that. There's the Olney Theater, which is actually a mid-Atlantic jewel, I think, for this area. And people are utilizing the ICC to get there. There's been significant anecdotal evidence presented on the safety component of traveling along the ICC, as well as other highways that Mr. Singh has just recently articulated. We have seen young drivers, and while we're talking about a 20-mile-an-hour increase over the speed limit from say 60 to 80, what we have experienced are significant numbers of vehicles traveling in excess of 100 miles an hour, and sometimes 125 miles an hour and over. That has been documented. Those vehicles traveling at those speeds, while most of us on this call are experienced drivers, could manage when one of those vehicles comes upon them quickly. There's a lot of young families in the Olney area who have new drivers, and the driving on the ICC occurs. And when a vehicle approaches 125 miles an hour on them suddenly, their reactions are not as experienced as maybe ours are. And so we're able to maintain our lanes, but those younger drivers sometimes jerk. And the opportunity for something terrible to occur is significant. And the Greater Olney GOCA has been right in the middle of this particular issue from the beginning through John Singh's leadership. And we have unanimously supported SB 408, and we continue to do that to the point where we have allocated money, if that is required, to a variety of, or to an individual who would do some lobbying. Anyway, thank you for your time, and we do support 408.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Quinn. And next we will have Mr. Becker.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. My name is John Becker. I live in Rockville, Maryland, and I want to thank the committee for allowing me to speak today. This is the first time I'm testifying at a Maryland legislative bill. I live in downtown Rockville, which is at the right next to the intersection of Rockville Pike and Wears Mill Road and East Jefferson Highway, which is Route 28. And I support everything on this bill. I thank the sponsor for doing this. I do want to call your attention to page 4 on the printout in line items 14 through 22, which deal with the modification of exhaust noise. In urban areas such as Rockville, this has become a significant problem. A quality of life issue, yes, but the modifications to exhaust systems also involve speeding as another connection. It's not only just certain people doing this, it's all across the board as far as vehicle manufacturers, whether it's Detroit Iron, Camaros, Mustangs, Challengers, but also imported vehicles or vehicles manufactured by the imports. The quality of life issue here is that the noise is almost constant throughout the day, whether it's starting at 5 o'clock in the morning or going through late at night. Now, due to the time of year and COVID-19, it may have been depressed a little bit, but I assure you it will come back in the spring and the fall. And I want to thank the committee for putting this legislation piece in here as far as the finding. However, I have to tell you, it is with this exhaust modification, these people aren't driving your grandfather's Oldsmobile. They're driving cars at a higher speed. They are doing this so they can go ahead and drive faster. And there is a connection here with the speeding issues of this bill. So in conclusion, I support this. I thank you for changing this now as far as the fine is concerned. But I do got to tell you, $200 is, well, my COVID-19 shot was more hurtful last Friday than this. And I hope for in the future, next year, that this will come back and we will see about doing more on this. Because if you live in an urban area especially, this is a constant problem. And my fellow neighbors throughout the city of Rockville have brought this to my attention, and also to city and mayor. And I'm bringing it to your attention today as far as passing this bill. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Mr. Becker. And next, the last witness is Colonel Anderson. I think I saw you there. There you are.
Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of the Judiciary Committee, again, thank you for allowing us to testify. I'm Colonel Kevin Anderson. I'll be representing the Maryland Chiefs of Police Association. Again, we support this piece of legislation. As you know, issue of safety on Maryland highways is of paramount importance to us. Each year, Maryland experiences more than 500 fatalities. And when I added that up, just thinking back, I've been in law enforcement over 27 years. Think how many deaths we've experienced in Maryland in just my 27 years. That's just unacceptable. And it comes down to similar factors that we've all heard and we continue to hear. Our community knows it, law enforcement knows it, legislators know it. The problem in Maryland is just this. As our vehicle miles traveled go down, the problem still persists with our drivers' behaviors. This is all about driver behavior. Drivers are driving too fast. They're creating these issues on our highways. And as a result, we see our fatalities go up. In fact, although these are not finalized numbers, they are 572 reported by the Maryland Highway Safety Office in 2020 fatal crashes. And it continues to go up. And just this first month alone, we saw about 41 fatal crashes in the state of Maryland. And it's going to continue. We support the enhanced penalties, reckless driving and speed contests. They do go in hand in hand with one another, as well as the noise complaints that we continually hear from our community members and that we experience ourselves out on patrol with these modified exhausts. It's only compounded as the speed increases. The decibel, the sound level goes up. I shared with Mr. Sang before, sitting on my personal deck in Baltimore County, over 5 miles away from an interstate highway, I could hear the same thing that he would bring to my attention and the community members. So it's not just a Montgomery County issue, it's a statewide issue that we see everywhere. Lastly, speaking about the registration plate covers and the modifications and the manipulation, you may not think that's a huge deal, but it is. If law enforcement uses any type of technology to catch these speeding motorists, especially motorcycles that have capacities that we just don't have to catch, we can't use our license plate readers, we can't use speed cameras to adequately do follow-up investigations because we just don't have that registration information to do that. By providing these additional sanctions or penalties, it will certainly help us in law enforcement ensure that we have a tool that's needed on the backside after the enforcement to help save lives in Maryland. I appreciate everybody's time and attention on this, and it's a very important piece of legislation, not only for, as Mr. Sang said, in the Montgomery County National Capital Region, but throughout our state. We can save lives, and it starts here by us being very serious about it. Thank you for that, and I'll be glad to take any questions that you may have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, excellent. Thank you, Colonel Anderson. So I see two questions. First, we'll start off with Senator Jackson, and then we'll move over to Senator Sidnor. Senator Jackson's waving off. We'll now go to Senator Sidnor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you said Colonel Anderson, and good afternoon. Do you have any idea how often Section 13411 is used to violate, or how many of those violations are occurring? How often law enforcement is using that particular statute?
I do not know off the top of my head statewide. I can certainly get you that data from the Highway Safety Office. There are data repository for all that. I can tell you my agency, we see about 10,000 of those violations per year related to registration violations alone. And I'm curious, what is it that lines 23 through 25 is offering that's not already encompassed by the section?
May I address that, Mr. Chair? My understanding, reading the statute right now, Senator, and that's a good question, 13411.1 refers to distorting a recorded image of any of the characteristics of a vehicle's registration plate recorded by a traffic control signal monitoring system under 21202.1 of the transportation article. If you look at the reference section 21202.1, you will see that it makes reference to a traffic control signal monitoring system as a device with one or more vehicle sensors working in conjunction with a traffic control signal to produce recorded images of motor vehicles entering an intersection against a red signal indication, so that the language in the bill before you would incorporate speed cameras as under the statute that you're asking about makes reference to red light cameras. So at the moment, and I'm guessing committee counsel might be able to advise otherwise, I don't believe the statute with its current definitions addresses obscuring the license plate for purposes of evading speed cameras, just red light cameras at an intersection. I hope that clarifies your question.
Yeah, and I mean some of the concern that I have, I know I've had familial experience with this particular section, and I don't know how many of you all put the clear plastic over your registration plate, but I know people have been pulled over for simply having those things on their plate. So I'm just wondering how, I mean, if this is taking us down a rabbit hole, it's going to get even more people being stopped for really no good reason, because I think even in looking at the plate covers, I'm wondering if that language, if putting a registration plate cover over a license, over your registration tag could be deemed obscuring registry. Well, I guess as I'm looking at it, I guess you have to figure out what the intent is. I mean, was there some intention in trying to evade automated enforcement devices? So thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, excellent. Thank you, Senator Sidnor. Looking around the room for additional questions.
Mr. Chair, if I may, if there's no other questions, I would be remiss if I didn't thank Colonel Anderson for the extensive work that he has been providing to communities across the state on this issue. And I did not offer my thanks to the Colonel in my comments. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Of course, thank you. And thank you, Colonel Anderson.
Thank you.
There you go. All right, well, excellent. With that, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 408. Thank you, Senator Kramer.
Thank you.
Always. Next, so we'll just keep going in order. So next then is Senate Bill 478. And I see that the room, I think the witnesses have been populated. That's my bill. So for the record, Senator Smith here to present Senate Bill 478. So today in Maryland, there are three jurisdictions that have immigration detention agreements with the federal government. It's Howard County, Frederick County, and Worcester County. That means in those three jurisdictions that people can be held, incarcerated for their civil detention, for a civil detainer issue. And that could be commingled with another underlying offense as well. But in many cases, it's just a civil matter. Now, obviously, the criminal justice system prosecutes and sentences people that commit criminal offenses, and that's regardless of their immigration status. And this bill would never and does not prevent that. The bill does, though, it addresses some of the horrific treatment of some of the immigrant detainees in private prisons. And some of that has been borne out in even a DHS, like OIG report that I received some time ago that actually addresses the detention center in Howard County, and just some of the top line findings and highlights, just to read to you all. Although the HDC generally complied with ICE detention standards regarding communication, it did not meet the standards for detainee searches, food service, and record requirements for segregation and medical grievances. We determined that HDC excessively strip searched ICE detainees leaving their housing unit to attend activities within the facility in violation of ICE detention standards, and so on and so forth. So that's just like a 30,000-foot view of what that report highlighted here in Maryland, in one of those 3 jurisdictions. Also, I'd like to point to several studies that show across the nation that the majority of the folks that are held in immigration detention facilities did not have criminal histories. And so essentially what this bill does, and if you'll walk with me, on page 3, the bill has some findings language that, again, speaks to the role of the federal government in enforcing immigration policy, and talks about how our entanglement as a state kind of has foreign policy implications, and also some humanitarian implications. But the real meat of the bill comes on page 4. And so essentially the bill does 4 things. One is that it prevents a state or local jurisdiction from entering into an agreement relating to the establishment of an immigration or an immigrant detention facility. It's owned or operated by a private entity, and that's on page 4. Lines starting out section 103. Second, the bill prohibits a state or local jurisdiction from approving zoning, the construction or building or the reuse of a building that would be used by private entities as an immigration detention facility without the opportunity for public comment, and without publishing the intent to do so 180 days before authorization. Third, it prevents the renewal of entering into a new agreement, and that's on page 5. And then fourth, it says that the 3 jurisdictions that are currently engaged in these agreements have to terminate those agreements by October 1st of 2022. That's essentially the crux of the bill. And as opposed to me kind of highlighting some of the OIG reports and speaking to some of the many reports that I've received from constituents and obviously activists from across the state, I'd like to turn it over to the panel, and then I'm obviously here for questions afterwards. So first, we'll start off with the proponents of the bill. We'll start off with Mr. Katz. Mr. Katz, you're the primary witness, so you'll have 5 minutes, and then we'll move on. So Mr. Katz, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Nicholas Katz. I'm the legal director for CASA, and CASA is the largest membership-based immigrant rights organization in the Mid-Atlantic, with over 100,000 Black and Latino immigrants and working families among our members. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today in support of SB 478, the Dignity Not Detention Act. I'm not here today just because I think this bill is necessary from both a moral and a policy perspective, although I certainly think it is. I'm here because our members who lead our organization have decided to once again include it as a top legislative priority for CASA. Thousands of them have been personally touched by immigration detention, either through their own experience or the experience of a loved one. Fully aware that we cannot unilaterally end immigration detention across the country, they speak with a unified voice demanding that, at least as a state, their state, we immediately cease being complicit in the immigration detention system. Soon you'll hear from an expert at the Vera Institute for Justice about systemic issues with immigration detention. And you'll hear from one of our members, Nora, who was impacted by that system. She's testifying from El Salvador after being deported subsequent to nearly a year in the civil immigration detention system. The other side will try to paint individuals in immigration detention as criminals. As the chairman pointed out, they are not. Immigration detention is a part of our civil immigration laws. As we point out in our written testimony, the vast majorities of those in immigration detention have not committed any crime or only been charged with a minor offense. And yet they sit in our county jails wearing numbered jumpsuits, deprived of their liberty, unable to work, separated from their family, fighting their cases without access to government-funded counsel. Often, as DHS's own Inspector General found at the Howard County Jail, they're subjected to inhumane treatment like strip searches, lack of access to hot meals, lack of proper medical care, and other indignities. During this pandemic, their lives are literally threatened by potential exposure to COVID. Judge for yourselves whether this is the fate that people like Nora deserve. Others will argue that it's better for Maryland to have immigration detention centers here because the alternative is for people to be held in other, less friendly jurisdictions where the conditions may be worse. I'm sensitive to this argument. As an attorney, I've personally visited clients in detention centers, and there's no doubt that it's easier as a lawyer to have physical access to your client. And yet 80% of those in immigration detention in Maryland never have a lawyer. They sit alone in our jails waiting for someone to come help them, and no one does. Of course, we should correct this injustice by granting access to counsel to these individuals, and we fully support SB 317, which would do that regardless of where Maryland residents are detained. But at a fundamental level, our members know that less beds means less detention. ICE does whatever they can to obscure this fact by engaging in enforcement efforts against so-called sanctuary jurisdictions. They're more publicity stunt than anything else. They move detainees around as a weapon against families and jurisdictions that try to threaten to cut ties with them. But we need to do whatever we can to ensure that our role is ended in this process. SB 478, along with SB 88, the Trust Act, moves us in that direction. You can read in our written testimony the story of Kilmar, a young father who missed the birth of his child due to the long confinement and immigration detention in Maryland before he finally won his case and freedom. There are thousands more like him, including Roxana Oriana Santos, who's testified before this committee in the past. She was detained by the Frederick County Sheriff's Office for the crime of eating her lunch, spent a month in immigration detention away from her infant child, and continues after a decade, after winning a case in the Fourth Circuit, to fight for her freedom in the immigration system. Indeed, in 2019, she was re-detained and detained here in Maryland, and it was only with CASA's advocacy that she was finally released. This process must end. Finally, some argue that now is not the time to act because the federal government will take care of this problem under the new Biden administration. While we certainly support the actions the Biden administration has taken in the immigration arena, our members have fought for decades for immigration reform that has yet to materialize. While we continue to fight for these necessary changes, it's incumbent upon Maryland as a welcoming state to send a clear message to our members, your constituents, that we are not a part of this system. We have to say, this is enough. Not only should we end immigration detention in Maryland, we should demand that ICE release those who are detained here and across the country. We should provide anyone who is detained with a lawyer to ensure that they at least get due process. And we should stop our law enforcement agencies from being a pipeline to ICE. For all of these reasons, CASA strongly supports SB 417 and urges a favorable report. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Katz. All right. Now, next we have, is Miss Argetta here? Sandy?
Yes, 1 second.
Okay.
Good evening. This is Gabby Roque. I'm here to translate on behalf of Nora Argueta. Nora is Jerlori. She's using her daughter's computer. So if you could help unmute her.
Hola, ¿me puede escuchar?
Ahora sí te escuchamos, Nora.
Ok, muy buenas tardes todos, senadores, todo el personal que está ahí. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Nora Lorena Argueta, yo soy de El Salvador. Pues mi caso es que yo viví por 18 años en Estados Unidos, tuve 2 hijos y yo entré por la frontera y cuando yo entré, a mí me agarró migración y yo nunca recibí una carta de la corte. Entonces, automáticamente a mí se me hizo una orden de deportación.
Hello, good evening, members of the committee. My name is Nora Lorena Argueta. I am from El Salvador. I was deported after living almost 18 years here in the United States. I have 2 children who are citizens who were born here. When I came to this country, I presented myself to immigration, but I was never given notice to appear in court, and I was automatically given a notice for deportation.
Un día yo iba, ¿cómo se llama?, a trabajar y mi carro agarró fuego en el freeway en la C95 y entonces de ahí, cuando mi carro agarró fuego, llegó una persona de la grúa y llamó a la policía, llamó a los bomberos y de ahí, ¿cómo se llama?, llegó el oficial de policía y me pidió mi identificación. Y cuando yo se la di, él vio que yo tenía una orden de deportación. Entonces, y de ahí él llamó a migración.
One day when I was driving to work, my car had a problem and it caught fire on the highway. I did not want to call the police, but the tow person who came to take my car off the highway ended up calling the state trooper. When the state trooper asked me for my identification, he detained me for 2 hours until ICE arrived. Nora, ¿puedes continuar con lo que escribimos?
Sí, entonces yo estuve detenida por 10 meses, bueno, me llevaron a Ocean City, de ahí yo estuve detenida por 10 meses. En ese tiempo busqué 3 diferentes abogados para que me ayudaran a salir de esta situación. Casi pagué $15,000 que no teníamos, que tuvimos que reunir amigos, familiares, bueno, muchas personas, ¿verdad? Y pedí prestado. Entonces decidí quedarme en ese lugar con la esperanza de yo luchar para poderme quedar y que no separarme de mis hijos.
When I was, after I was detained, I decided to stay and fight my case because I had hope until the end of being able to return to my children. I was in detention for about 10 months. And in that time, we looked for 3 different lawyers to try to support me. And that ended up costing us around $15,000 that we did not have. And we had to borrow from friends and from family.
Mi tiempo en ese lugar de detención fue muy traumático y casi pierdo mi vida por el simplemente hecho de no hablar inglés. Pasó un incidente con una compañera de celda.
My time in detention was very traumatic, and I almost lost my life for not speaking English. None of the guards spoke Spanish, even though most of the people in detention are Hispanic. And there was an incident with my cellmate who did speak English, where she accused me of stealing her things.
Allí no había ningún agente que hablara español, aunque todos los detenidos casi éramos hispanos, pero no había ninguno que nos pudiera traducir.
So again, most of the guards, none of the guards spoke Spanish, and I couldn't defend myself in English.
Entonces, cuando mi compañera de celda me acusó de que yo le había robado unas cosas, vinieron los agentes y me llevaron a una celda de castigo.
Because I couldn't defend myself, the guards believed her, and they took me to try to put me in a punishment cell.
Cuando vieron que cuando yo no me pude defender, entonces cuando a mí me metieron a esa celda de castigo, yo entré en un shock, en pánico, de ver el encerramiento, que yo iba a estar sola ahí. Yo le tengo pavor al encierro.
When I saw that they wanted to take me to the punishment cell, I panicked because I'm claustrophobic, and I grabbed onto the guard.
Entonces, cuando yo entré en pánico, yo me agarré de una policía y pedí como auxilio. Entonces, y ellos pensaron que yo iba a agredir a la gente que estaba ahí de guardia. Entonces vinieron todos los policías y me rodearon, y una persona que era muy grande, así fornida, me agarró me agarró y me tiró al piso y rompió toda mi ropa.
When I panicked and I grabbed onto the guard, but to try to ask for help. But because they didn't understand me, they took this as an act of aggression. And the guard ended up calling all of the other guards in the area around. They all surrounded me. A very large guard grabbed me, threw me on the floor, stripped all of my clothes off, and she had all of her weight on top of me.
Y me metieron a una celda totalmente desnuda donde meten personas como para locos. Y me tuvieron encerrada por 24 horas sin comunicación ni nada.
When the guard was on top of me, I felt that I was suffocating. They took me into the cell. They left me there completely stripped, naked, empty cell for 24 hours, no communication.
Cuando esa persona cayó sobre mí, yo creía que iba a morir. Yo lo único que hice fue orar y decir, Dios mío, aquí me voy a morir porque ella cayó encima de mí y yo sentía que me asfixiaba.
I thought that when she was on top of me, I was going to die by asphyxiation. The only thing I could do was pray to God to help me, to save me in that moment.
Entonces cuando yo salí, ya pasó ese momento, yo le dije a Dios, Dios mío, yo quiero irme de este lugar, quiero firmar mi deportación porque quedé tan como traumada, en shock, que, o sea, yo en ese momento pensé que iba a morir.
After that moment, I wanted to be deported. I didn't want to spend another day here because I thought this is the place where I would die.
Y bueno, y después me llevaron a la psicóloga y me tuvieron incomunicada, no podía comunicarme con mis hijos, no me dejaron nada de comunicar, de que mis hijos vieran, fueron un fin de semana mis hijos y no les permitieron que me viera ni nada.
After that incident, I was still unable to see my children. They came that weekend to visit me, and they weren't allowed to see me. ¿Quieres continuar, Nora, en detención, lo que te daba fuerza?
Sí, lo único que me daba fuerza era que, o sea, de que yo quería quedarme por mis hijos, eso era lo único, pero al final pues me salieron mandando.
The only thing that gave me strength in detention was the hope that I could return to my kids, but at the end I was deported.
Y ¿cómo se llama? Y esto ha dejado a mis hijos les ha afectado mucho. Más que todo a mi hija pequeña, estaba con psicóloga, no podía dormir. Tuvo problemas como de suicidio.
After I was deported, I was separated from my children. I lost my marriage. My children are psychologically affected. My younger daughter is taking it the hardest and even tried to take her own life. She's only 10 years old.
Y cómo se llama, y yo me gustaría que esto no sucediera, porque Estados Unidos defiende mucho el derecho de los niños y esto causa muchos traumas. Yo perdí mi matrimonio, mis hijos, y gracias ahora a la pandemia, que para muchas personas la pandemia ha sido muy dolorosa, muy traumático, pero para mí, en mi persona, ha sido una bendición porque yo puedo tener mi hija que recibe sus clases en línea desde aquí.
I asked the legislators to please support this proposal because it is the children who are the most affected. It is the children who are traumatized, and the United States is supposed to defend children. Children should have the right to grow up with their parents.
Muchas gracias a todos por escuchar mi testimonio y no quiero que hayan tanta separación de familia porque lo más afectados de todos son los niños. porque yo lo he podido ver en mis hijos. Es un cambio muy radical.
And I ask the legislators again, please support the Dignity Not Detention bill because it is our children who are the most affected. I've seen such a radical change in my children, and I wouldn't want this to happen to any other families. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a todos. ¿Y cómo se llama? Y aquí en Salvador, yo pudiera vivir con mis hijos, pero El Salvador no es un buen lugar para criar a mis hijos. Mucha delincuencia, mucha violencia, pobreza y todo. Gracias a todos por escuchar mi testimonio. Dios que los bendiga grandemente. Gracias. Gracias.
So thank you for listening to my testimony, for listening to my experiences. I wish that I could have my kids here with me in El Salvador, but I can't because of the violence, because it's not safe for them. So please, thank you again for listening to me, and please support us. Muchas gracias, Nora. Muchas gracias por compartir tu historia.
Nora, thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. And obviously we allowed a little bit of extra time for the translation. So thank you to the committee members and thank you to Nora. Okay, next we will move on to Ms. Solt from the Vera Institute. Nina, you're up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Nina Schultz. I am a PhD social scientist, former professor of criminal justice, and director of immigration research at the Vera Institute of Justice. I'm speaking in support of Senate Bill 478, Dignity Not Detention Act. Vera is focused on making sure our justice system lives up to its responsibility to keep people safe while treating all of us fairly. I help ensure our work and the policies we support, like undoing the harms of mass incarceration, are grounded in research and evidence. This bill bans new contracts or renewals of existing contracts with detention facilities operated by private corporations and requires local entities with existing intergovernmental service agreements to terminate them in the coming year. That's about 315 ICE beds in Maryland today. Immigration detention is civil, not an extension of the criminal legal system. Civil detention's primary objective is to ensure people show up in immigration court. But decades of research shows that well over 95% of people released from detention continue to appear in court when they have access to an attorney. Yet the past several decades have seen an explosion in immigration detention, fueled not by some criminality among immigrants who overall have very low rates of crime involvement and have repeatedly been shown to make communities safer, but by a decades-long push to criminalize immigration in order to sustain a bloated, profit-driven, and frankly racist carceral system. It's obscene that we continue to support a system plagued by violence, public health risks, deficiencies in meeting basic standards, and wholly unnecessary to ensuring compliance, primarily so some people can make a profit on the backs of others, many of whom are deeply entrenched members of our local communities. Maryland can do better. Because the pandemic has reduced the numbers of people ICE is sending to detention, most of the beds it maintains are currently empty, making this an ideal time to act. We continue to hear reports of ICE refusing to provide basic sanitary and health supplies, denying testing, and continuing to transfer people unsafely between facilities. This basic disregard for human life during an international health crisis is all the confirmation we should need that this system has gone too far in putting profits ahead of people. Thank you very much for the time.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Schultz. And with that, that'll conclude the testimony for the proponents. We'll now switch over to the opposition panel. And first up is Ms. Rendall. You're up.
Good afternoon, Chairman Smith and other members of the committee. My name is Sherry Rendell. I am the Director of State and Local Engagement at the Federation for American Immigration Reform. We are a nonpartisan group, and we have 3 million members and supporters nationwide, including 12,300 in Maryland. We are opposing SB 478. Many of the proponents of this legislation say these private facilities operate outside the purview of the public oversight and accountability. However, this is simply untrue. Private companies and contractors that operate these facilities must comply with strict governmental requirements as well as national accreditation and certification standards. Moreover, policies like SB 478 hamper ICE's ability to effectively accomplish its statutorily mandated mission to identify and ultimately remove those people who are illegally in our country. Congress has entrusted ICE to enforce our immigration laws, which means ICE has an obligation to remove these individuals who are illegally in our country. If Maryland enacts this legislation, it will not succeed in stopping the detention of those here illegally. It will simply raise the detention costs of the taxpayers nationwide, and it will mean that individuals will be detained in other states further away from their families and further away from legal counsel. We have heard advocates for the legislation demonize private detention facilities, hoping to convince Marylanders that no individuals entering this country illegally should be detained. This is a recipe for disaster. It is open borders, which is a sense of lawlessness. It also has public safety and national security risks. According to former ICE Director Tom Homan, 90% of illegal aliens arrested by ICE in the interior of the United States are either convicted criminals or those facing pending charges. If these individuals are released back into the community instead of being detained, about half, according to him, would recommit a crime within a year and 75% would reoffend in 5 years. We've heard the testimony of the individual who was deported, and I feel for her. But on the other hand, we have heard in the past from angel families, those who have been affected by, who are victims of illegal alien crime. And it is those people we should also think about. I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you here today.
Thank you, Ms. Rendell. Next, we will have from the Worcester County Sheriff's Office, Mr. Chris Foley. Are you here? I think I saw you.
Yes, sir.
You are.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, you can. You're
okay. Okay. Thank you, Chair Smith. Thank you, Vice Chair Waldstreicher, and the members of our Senate Judicial Proceedings Committee. My name is Matt Crisafoli. I'm the Sheriff of Worcester County. As the Sheriff of my county, my primary goal is and always will be the safety of my residents and visitors. This bill reduces the detention facilities' autonomy to run their agencies. Our detention facilities should not be limited in their scope to function safely and efficiently. I believe that people should be able to enter our wonderful country legally. There are steps that people can take to do that. When we have people here undocumented, we are taking away the quality control measures to ensure the safety of our residents. As a leader and protector of my county, I implore you to consider the ramifications of releasing undocumented people into our streets. This potentially increases the crimes that our residents face. And again, people that want to enter the United States should be able to by following, the legal process and have proper documentation. It's our responsibility to protect our residents from crime. I feel this bill should be opposed to help our residents feel safe and secure as they are afforded under the Constitution of our wonderful country. I'm asking that Senate Bill 478 be opposed for the safety of my residents. And I thank you, Chair Smith and Vice Chair Waldstreicher, for hearing me today. Thank you.
Thanks, Sheriff. Excellent. Next, we got Eric. You're up next, Harper County.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. Good to see you. Just wanted to take a moment. This bill was one that we've come down opposed to in years past. The major issue for us here in Harford County is the issue with the 48-hour detention within our agreement, our MOU with ICE, because we do have a 287G program here in Harford County. It actually specifies in there that we make an agreement with ICE to hold those individuals for 48 hours upon the completion of their sentence, so we can turn them over to ICE agents. So if this bill were to pass, that portion of that would strike that, which would be problematic for the way we handle our 287G program here in Harford County. We do not have a detention agreement like Worcester County and Frederick County and Howard County, but we do see when we entered into our 287G agreement, we actually spent a lot of time with our immigrant community and talking to those individuals about what the program is and what the program is not. And we've had a lot of success. We've got a lot of supporters in the immigrant community because they understand, just like the witness was saying, supporting the bill, talking about the dangerous folks in Honduras and El Salvador. Some of those individuals have moved into our community, and that is our concern. The concern is these dangerous individuals that are committing crimes, that are terrorizing in many cases their own immigrant communities, whether they're here legally or illegally. So our concern is for the victims. We have a great concern for the victims here in Harford County, and we would ask that the Senate take a look at this, that JPR takes a look at this bill, and at least works with us on the amendment to ensure that we can continue with our 287G agreement. And I will add, finally, in closing, that dignity, not detention. It's a great name, and we certainly don't want to put individuals behind bars that don't deserve to be behind bars. But when we close all of our facilities in Maryland, are we really giving these immigrants and these detainees dignity? Because what's going to happen is they're going to be moved to York, Pennsylvania, or they're going to be moved out to the western part of the country, and the families that they do have that are left behind here in the United States won't have the ability to visit them. So I will ask, is that real, true dignity when we're talking about this piece of legislation? Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay. And with that, that concludes the testimony for Senate Bill 478. We'll now switch over to the committee for questions. I see Senator Huff has a question first, and then Senator Castley. So Senator Huff, you're.
Yeah, question. So I understand how the program works in Frederick County. It's run out of the Frederick County Jail. Question for Worcester and Harford. Do either of you use private facilities? Or is it run out of your jail?
So, Senator, in Harford County, we have the 287G program, and that program is designed to screen the individuals, screen every individual that comes through our facility. But we do not have a housing agreement with the federal government.
Okay.
For housing. Worcester.
What about Worcester? Where do they stay in the jail, or where are they detained?
Yes, they are detained in the jail. And I will note that I'm one of the few counties. I do not have jurisdiction over the jail per se. I'm one of the few counties where there is a warden. I'm just speaking on behalf as the sheriff for the county, but sure. The jail is run by our warden.
Okay, so it's a public facility. It's not a private facility.
That's correct.
Okay, so I guess to the proponents of the bill, we've had this bill, a version similar to this every year, and I can't figure out that you keep referring to, and the bill refers to private police and private facilities. We don't have a single private prison in the state of Maryland where they're all public, and Worcester County uses their public jail, Frederick County uses their public jail. Where are these private facilities and private jails that have been referenced multiple times in testimony and in the bill in the state of Maryland?
I'll let Nick, you can get into this, but I know that, for instance, in Baltimore County and on Eastern Shore and Sudlersville, there have been proposals for the construction of 2 facilities. And so the bill, in being kind of prescriptive and outlining the public comment, 180-day notice, I think that's the important piece for that. As far as actual operations of private facilities, I think Worcester County and Harford County have answered it correctly. There aren't any private operations. Okay,
well, I guess that answers that question. I mean, that's what I thought. It's a bill to block something that doesn't exist in the state of Maryland. So, and then as far as when you get to my second question, blocking, as far as federal government, it says you can't even issue permits. So in the state of Maryland, the federal government has bases all over the place. I mean, they've got military complexes. I guess I'll address this to Nick. They've got military bases, they have military complexes. In my county, they got Fort Detrick, they've got anthrax, all kinds of stuff there. We don't even know what they've got there. When they come to our county, this says that the county can't even assist them in getting, permits. So if the federal government owns the property, would this bill say that the county wouldn't be giving them permits?
I don't think that's what the bill says, right? I mean, it specifically deals with zoning, and I think to your previous point about private.
Wait, back up. I'm sorry. The bill specifically says you will not get zoning permits if they own the land, the federal government owns the land.
Yep.
You go to the county, say, hey, we're going to build, because they just can't roll up in your county and build something. Even if the federal government owns the land, they got to get permits because we have stormwater runoff. We do have things in the state, and the federal government tries to work with us. So how does it not say if they're going to build an immigration facility and they own the land that we can't give them the permits?
Well, there's a process around that's mandated by the bill, right? And I think that the intention is to prevent the federal government from building private facilities here, or entering into agreements for with existing counties, such as the ones that exist now. And so, I mean, depending on the purpose for which the federal government is seeking that permit, it would depend. It's certainly not stopping the federal government from doing anything other than engaging in building or running a private immigration detention facility. So I don't know.
Here's my question. I asked this because it's an interesting federalism question.
Sure.
For the bill. The federal government comes in. My reading of the bill is very specific. That if they come in and if the federal government wants to build a facility to house immigrants, to house illegal immigrants, these detainees, it says that the county may not issue permits, may not assist. What am I reading wrong?
No, I think that's correct. If they're trying to build a private immigration or an immigration detention facility, and there is a requirement that they obtain permits from the county would not be able to provide those permits. I mean, and again, I mean, it depends on the purpose for which the federal government is seeking the permits.
So the state of Maryland is going to tell the federal government on federal property what they can build or can't build.
I mean, Senator, you may be more expert in sort of the permit process. It seems like you are in terms of what is actually necessary to the extent that the federal government
not. As a state senator, I'm not an expert on it.
Sorry, Senator, go ahead.
I'm not an expert on it, but I thought since Fort Sumter, we would have states stop taking over federal property. I thought that's kind of been established that we weren't going to do that. All right, so.
So I'll jump in and I'll do the interplay, but it's to me, the reading is that these provisions would only apply to the operation and construction of a private facility, and so not a government facility or government facility.
Well, wait a second. What if they are having this privately run on there, but it's on federal land, and the federal government comes in? The federal government owns land all throughout this area.
No, I understand that.
What if they're going to put it on Fort Detrick?
That I don't think the way I'm reading it doesn't touch that. It's the private entity. If it's on federal land, I'm not sure this bill.
All right, so my next question is, the bill then says that, am I reading this wrong, that basically nothing in this act can be construed to prohibit 8 USC 135(7)G.
Yeah. So
all right. A question for Nick is, your position was we shouldn't be apprehending, we shouldn't be detaining, we shouldn't be interrogating these people. 8 USC 1357G specifically says law enforcement can at any time detain somebody they think is illegal, can interrogate them, can investigate them. So how does this bill basically, all the things you just said, it says they can continue to do? It's the last line of the bill.
Sorry.
Apologies. Sorry, I needed to get unmuted there, Senator. So I think what this does is separate out this is the exception for, as the sheriffs have spoken to, the 287G agreement, which are specifically, this amendment was added, this language was added specifically to deal with that. This bill does not outlaw that. We certainly support all of the things that I mentioned. Not all of them are addressed through this particular piece of legislation, right? This bill deals specifically with immigration detention. There's other pieces of legislation that would deal with the other aspects that I raised. That's not addressed in this bill.
So your organization supports this bill. So you support 8 USC 1357G. And
absolutely not. No.
We don't. But you support a bill saying we can do it.
I acknowledge that it exists. We certainly do not support it.
I just find it very interesting because the bill says we can basically nothing interferes from us enforcing this federal law. And the federal law says that basically anytime you think someone's illegal, you can interrogate them, you can apprehend them, all that. So I find it, I don't know that this does what you think it does.
Well, I appreciate that perspective, Senator. Thank you.
All right, Senator West has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess after this colloquy, I'm not sure what the bill does either. Almost all the provisions in the bill talk about, use the specific phrase by a private entity. And I think it's been established there are no such private entities in Maryland who run detention facilities. So if this bill were to take effect, it doesn't appear to me as if it will have any effect at all of over what's happening on the ground today. It'll take effect and nothing will be changed unless someone wants to build a private entity in Maryland, which would serve as a detention center. Then it would prevent that from happening. But otherwise, on the ground, nothing's going to change if we pass this bill. Am I right on that, Chairman Smith?
No, so it does. If you go on page 5, like the third prong of the bill, it would prohibit the renewal of the existing agreements. So the 3 jurisdictions that are on the books right now would have to conclude their business by October 1st, 2022.
But then they could enter into an agreement under 8 U.S.C. 1357G. So they could replace what they've got right now with an agreement under that other's federal statute and be in compliance, right?
So I pulled that piece of the statute, and I'm not sure that touches on the actual construction and operation of a facility. And
I don't have the federal code, but I think I can probably get it online. I'll take a look at it.
Yeah, I'll send you the Cornell link.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Cassidy has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I do want to just get some clarification on this last point that Senator West and Senator Huff are both discussing in some degree. Page 5, lines 7 through 10, it's the intent that would require the culmination, the termination of the 287G programs. Is that correct?
So that's the piece that, so the state, a unit of local government, a sheriff or agency or else employee agent, state unit local, may not enter or renew an immigration detention agreement. And that's the piece that, so that touches an aspect of 287G. Although, I mean, 287G is a very broad program, but the detention, that certainly would touch that piece of that.
Okay, because I mean, a 287G program, to my understanding, it's not the kind of agreement that says we're warehousing people for you, we're screening people, and we'll hold them for 48 hours until you pick them up. So is that aspect of it what we're trying to remove from the 287G program?
That's the aspect of this bill that it does touch. I mean, you heard from Harford County, that's your model, but that's not the same model that every jurisdiction that has 287G has. I think Hartford is the only one that has that model. Maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, Eric, but.
Cecil also has the same model, and Frederick's is built along that as well. Frederick used to have the law enforcement component of the 287G program, but that went out, I think it was during the actually Clinton administration. So all 3 of the 287G programs follow the same basic memorandum of understanding with the federal government.
The fiscal note draws a little bit more distinction than that, but I think, okay, generally right, but the fiscal note draws more distinction than that.
But the piece of the 287G program that this bill would propose to prohibit is the piece where the detention center says, okay, we've got somebody, INS wants him, we're going to release him, we'll give you 48 hours to come get him. This would say, no, you can't, you got to let him walk out now, you can't give an INS 48 hours. Is that what we're saying on this one?
I mean, it's more broad than that, yes, but it would definitely capture that 48-hour window.
What else? I mean, you have the person was arrested for
general
crime. We've already heard on the 287G program, they didn't arrest you for immigration violation. They arrested you because of DUI or shoplifting or something. Now you're in the detention center. They identify you as an undocumented alien. They tell INS, we've got this person. And if INS wants them, they can come get them and they'll hold them for 48 hours, but that's it. What else is there in that I'm missing?
So then the point is, so like you decouple the underlying, you're under the underlying offense for which you're arrested, okay, a criminal offense, you're arrested, you're thrown in, then they find out that they determine your immigration status. So this would definitely cover that, but it would also cover there is just a straight up civil immigration matter you are detained for without another separate underlying offenses. I understand you're saying that that's not the practice in Hartford, but it would cover that as well.
If a county had such an agreement, it would cover
Correct.
warehousing. Okay. All right. So, but from what we understand, from what Eric Roby just testified, the only part of the, assuming, you know, he's a pretty smart guy, assuming his testimony is accurate for all three of them, that the only piece that it would cover for these agreements that are currently in place would just simply be, you can't hold them for 48 hours.
That's absolutely, I mean, that's correct.
Okay. Then going back on the bill a little bit, I'm just listening to this, some of the earlier, I think that the one witness, and I'm sorry, the pictures are so small on this, and I forget her name, but I mean, her testimony was that the current system is racist, and it's a system that promotes profits over people. And I'm just curious if somebody can explain to me, because the system that we have was passed by a popularly elected Democratic government that passed the laws and approved the regulations, and it's because we have that, and those are all pursuant to the U.S. Constitution. It's because we have the U.S. Constitution, that popularly elected federal government who passed these laws, that people are risking life and limb to come into this country. So I'm just confused, because what everybody's coming for, we're saying it's racist and evil. So maybe you can enlighten me as to how this racist and evil country government is attracting people to risk life and limb and bring their children into this country. I'm just curious.
Well, I think that answer gets broader than the scope of this bill. I'm talking about our general immigration policy and the reasons why people are seeking asylum.
It's not really broader, because it says in here on page 3, it starts off and it says, the enforcement of civil immigration laws is the exclusive responsibility of the federal government. And then I go to my Maryland Constitution, Article 1, Section 9, and it says that everybody in office must take an oath to support the Constitution of the United States. And so if we support the Constitution of the United States, we have to support the laws that are enacted pursuant to the Constitution of the United States. And that's all the 287G program does, is supporting the constitutional laws of the United States. But then I have a bill who comes in and says that, no, we're not going to support you. That's your job. We got the feds, go away. And then we got the state, we can't support you and defend you. So I think it is pretty relevant to where the bill is, especially when I hear testimony that says that we have to overcome this Constitution and laws of the United States because they're racist and evil. So I'm just so confused now.
So I say, look, like, I get the general overarching premise of, like, hey, we all take an oath of office to support and defend the Constitution. But I mean, I think you also have 10th Amendment implications. And so for me, it's like, obviously the state can't be co-opted or commandeered to do federal or to implement or to enforce federal law. And so I think it's purely consistent with the Constitution.
But you can co-opted and commandeered, as we've heard in the 3 287G programs. Nobody's co-opted or commandeered. All we do is pick up the phone and say, hey, federal government, in exchange for all your intel, I have this person. And thanks for letting me run all my person through your intel base to make sure I'm not releasing a really bad person. So we're getting something for that. And then the only thing they expect in return is 48 hours. I'm just trying to, I'm just trying to get commandeered.
And then the pesky Constitution gets in the way again with the 4th Amendment. But I mean, it's holding someone, you can't hold someone for something they did for a crime that they're even charged for. So I mean,
we're getting back to the.
I know, but I'm just saying.
Okay.
I think
yeah, and then so there's. Did I understand there's 1,500 ICE beds in Maryland now? Is that what somebody said? I'm confused.
I did hear that. I have the numbers here. I have between 35 and 52 in Frederick, about between 65 and 95 in Howard, and Worcester has 119.
And those are,
Mr.
Maybe you
Excuse
can
me, Senator.
go ahead, or Nina, you can go ahead. I may be looking at older data.
Yeah, if I may, I mean, I believe it's something like 325 beds. Nina may have, and she's nodding.
So where are
what
those?
we see is just thousands of people who are going through this civil detention system every year. So it's
No,
a
but
certain
I'm just,
number of
my
beds,
question,
but
I
those
just want,
beds aren't occupied by the same
where are these
people.
beds?
I'm
Where are
sorry?
these beds? I'm just asking questions here.
They're in yeah, no, I understand, Senator. So it's
Just wonder where the
Howard, it's
beds
Frederick,
are.
it's Howard, Frederick, and Worcester
No,
currently.
I got the county, but if I went to Frederick County, and I want to find these ice beds, what building would I go to? What is that building?
That's Jessup. I mean, it's the
Oh, they're
the
in
county
Jessup.
jail.
They're in the prison.
Yeah, the jail, yeah.
They're in this, well, that's the state prison. The
I
jail.
think it's right next door. I mean, it's and there's like
Okay.
Howard County. These are all county jails. I mean,
Oh, they're in county detention centers.
county detention centers. That's correct.
Okay, so they're held, these are INS beds they're held there, what, under a contract between INS and the local county?
Between Department of Homeland Security now, ICE, and the county, correct?
And the county. And
Yep.
would this bill shut those down too?
This bill would shut those down. I mean, that's really sort of the
And
heart
then,
of
and then
this
those
bill.
people, would we expect ICE would just release all those people back into the community?
So we certainly call on ICE to do that. I mean, there is a
Okay, but would ICE do
phased-
that? You think the federal government is going to respond to your calls? Is that
Well, I think as Nina pointed out, and she may be able to speak to this, now is an ideal time to do this because the facilities aren't at the capacity that they usually are. There's also a timeline for shutting these down to give individuals the ability to,
yeah.
but
So-
finalize
so
their cases
assuming-
and for ICE to release them or take other action. But we certainly call on ICE to release them.
So assuming ICE doesn't shut the facilities down, or assuming ICE does not agree to release these people, what will happen to them?
They could be transferred. They could be released on alternative to detention programs. I mean, at the end of the day, you're correct, right? It's ICE who has the responsibility to decide what happens with these individuals. And
Right,
we'll
so they could be
certainly
shipped out of state, as earlier testimony. They could end up in Pennsylvania or something, right?
They could, but I think the key point that we were trying to make in our testimony is, again, this bill doesn't immediately end these agreements. There's a timeline under which that will occur, and there'll be an opportunity for people to contest their cases and hopefully
But
be
aren't
released
we
there.
providing a local venue for these people to be held pending their determinations by INS?
Well, I think it's important to understand that these people, as you put it, are members, right? The immigrant community are behind bars without the idea that they have greater access to family or counsel, while true to an extent, is disproved in a large extent by the fact that, most of them are there unrepresented and alone. And so the fact that they're in our state only marginally makes sort of their access to the benefits that one would think of better. I think it's the system of immigration detention that is the issue, certainly at the federal level, but our state can decide not to participate in it.
So these are people who being told is these are people who've been in this country for 10 or 15 years. They get picked up. Now they're put in this local detention center, and you're telling me they don't have anybody who come visit them in the detention center. No,
I'm certainly not. I'm not saying that at all. I mean, people do come and visit. I mean,
you just said they're all alone. Like I just got put in jail in Wyoming or something, and I've never been to Wyoming in my life. And so I'm not understanding your point, because it seems to me that if I just spent the last 15 years of my life in Frederick with my family, and now I get picked up by the feds, if I had any choice at all, I'd say, yeah, I'll go to the Frederick County Detention Center. Hold me there, because I can at least call my local friends on a local phone.
Absolutely.
There's a chance they can come visit me.
I take that point, Senator.
But your proposal is let's ship them off to somewhere out of state so they can't have those contacts. And I'm just trying.
Absolutely not. No, I think what we're saying is, as I mentioned in my testimony, what our members believe and what we believe to be true is less beds, reducing the amount of ICE detention beds will decrease detention. But not everyone is going to get shipped away. The access to family members, while certainly something that people appreciate, is mitigated by the fact that we're not talking about someone who's serving a criminal sentence, right? Where it's a defined period of time and then you're going to be released. We're talking about people who are potentially going to be detained for, as Nora testified, right, 8-10 months in terrible conditions, and then deported. So
if you're right, if ICE is as cold-hearted and evil as you tell me, why, if you close the Maryland Center, would they not just shift these people to Detroit or something? You've closed the center. That's your problem, not theirs. What you're suggesting to me is, well, if we close these, ICE is actually a bunch of really nice people, and they're not going to ship these people out. If we can close them, it'll put pressure on them, and they'll send them all back in the community. So, which way is this? Are they the cold evil monsters, or are they actually some pretty nice folks?
Maybe Nina can speak to sort of what's the more national perspective, but Chairman, I don't want to overstep.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Okay.
I just want Nina, Senator Cass, if you're done with your question, I do want Nina to touch in on your prior inquiry, just given her background, her legal background.
Okay, thank you.
You could expound upon the 10th Amendment or the 4th Amendment or whatever she wants to do, but you tell me.
I am actually a social scientist, not a legal scholar, so I definitely do not want to be the one to touch on those things. I guess I want to just take a step back and say the question is not really here, you know, do we support ICE, do we not support ICE? It's, does Maryland want to be a place that is signing contracts voluntarily to use its facilities for immigration detention?
But
Right,
yes, if we can keep the mother who's been living here for 15 years and her kids are in Frederick City, and we can keep her in the Frederick Detention Center, then yes, absolutely, we want to do that. Why would we not want to do that and keep her locally? I mean, according to the testimony we've heard here today, that keeping her locally is great because somebody actually testified that undocumented aliens actually improve public safety, which I'm really dying to hear. Maybe somebody can put that one on me, because we don't even know how many undocumented aliens there are. We know they don't respond to, we've been told repeatedly, they don't respond to questions or any kind of polls or anything like that. And somehow we're supposed to have this incredibly accurate information that they're a boon to public safety. And wow.
Okay.
We could follow up with the research showing the claims that we've made here. We certainly can cite to many of the things we pointed to. And I just want to zoom out again and reinforce a point that Nick was making, that we're not talking about people primarily or only who are in the United States outside of status. We're talking about a broad range of people in the category of immigrant who are being accused of not having the right status to be here, many of whom have claims under the law that would permit them to remain here. And so I just want to clarify that the language that's being used is not necessarily capturing the universe of people who we're talking about.
I got it. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. The whole point of this is that we seem to this is a debate between the public. Is it in the person who's in detention, is in their best interest to be maintained locally, or in the interest of making a public statement in opposition to, so like, the apartheid divest statements of Once Upon a Time on South Africa, in the interest of making a statement, a public statement, we're going to ship them all off to Pennsylvania or something. It seems to me that the proponent's position isn't exactly in the interest of the community that's being detained. But thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
I'll kick it over to Senator West, but I think it's, obviously ideally these folks have never been enmeshed in the system that's caught them up in the first place, because as the data bears out, safer population on the aggregate and largely non-violent, population that has contributed greatly to our community, enriched us. So not to editorialize too much, but I'll move on to Senator West for questions. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. During that long colloquy with Senator Casserly, I went back and I read the federal statute, and I'm afraid I'm bewildered as to what this bill is really going to accomplish. So on page 5 of the bill, section C1 says that the state or a unit of local government may not enter into or renew an immigration detention agreement. It seems pretty simple and understandable, but then section E says nothing in this section may be construed to authorize or prohibit the state or unit of local government from entering into an agreement under 8 U.S.C. 1357G. So I pulled up 8 U.S.C. section 1357G, and here's what it says. It says the Attorney General may enter into a written agreement with the state or any political subdivision of the state pursuant to which an officer or employee of the state or the subdivision may perform the investigation, apprehension, or detention of aliens. So up above in section C1, it says the state may not enter into an immigration detention agreement, but then in subpart E, further down on the same page, which adverts to this federal statute, It specifically says the Attorney General may enter into an agreement with the state to perform the detention of aliens. So again, I'm trying to figure out exactly what this bill is going to accomplish, since we have no private entities in Maryland where immigrants are detained. That whole first 4 pages doesn't do anything. And now it appears the language on page 5 is inconsistent. So maybe somebody could enlighten me as to what this bill is expected to accomplish.
Mr. Katz, I don't know if you wanted to chime in.
Yeah, I mean, certainly. I mean, I think like first of all, I think the language in 1357 that says may is important. I think the state, and this is operating under the principles of federalism in the 10th Amendment that the chairman's already referenced, has the ability to say we aren't going to enter into these agreements. It's not a mandate that exists under that law. And I think the purpose of that language, sorry, Senator?
But it doesn't say that. It says nothing in this section may be construed to prohibit the state from entering into one of these federal agreements.
I think the purpose of that section, and perhaps we're just reading it differently, right, was to ensure that this bill, because the individuals who testified and others who are currently operating 287G agreements wanted clarification that this bill would not affect their ability to continue with those agreements.
Or to enter into the agreements, not just continue, to enter into them.
But the 287G agreements, as we've outlined, is a separate consideration from operating these immigration detention centers and the intergovernmental service agreements that they're under. That is addressed in this bill, and I don't think there's
no.
any
I agree, but the only thing this bill prohibits is private entities from operating these facilities, and we've already found out that there are no such private entities in the state of Maryland.
Well, I think what we've heard is there's a solicitation for a contract where you could put a private detention center in Maryland. I think, certainly a goal of this bill is to prohibit that from happening. But I will also say that.
I will concede with you that if somebody is actively contemplating building a private entity detention facility in Maryland, this bill would stop it.
Well, thank you.
I agree the bill will have an effect. Otherwise, I can't see what effect this bill is going to have.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Katz. I'll follow up.
No, I'm sorry, Senator. I was just going to say, I think the prohibitions that exist in this bill in terms of entering into IGSAs and, with respect to termination of current IGSAs would impact the 3 counties that currently have them. And I think that's permissible under 1357G. So perhaps we just, disagree on that point, but that's what I would say.
Senator Smith, did you want to say something?
I would say, actually, I was sitting on the floor. I printed this section out on the floor this morning because I had the same question that you did. And I still don't, in my mind, have a solid answer. The only thing I can tell you is that with respect to the new administration, I mean, under this section, under subsection G, I mean, it requires kind of intimate, supervision, integration, and kind of cooperation with the U.S. Attorney General. And so the only thing I could say to you then is that with the change in administration, maybe some of those procedures and regulations would change. But that
could well, absolutely. You're right about that.
But I had the same exact. I mean, I honestly, that's why I printed it out. I mean, I had the same question you did.
Right.
Senator Hettleman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think, when I read this bill, to me, it is about preventing the building of private prisons. And that we know across the country that has happened. And we know also that there has been an effort afoot to do that in Maryland. And so this bill would preclude that from happening. My question, if Nick, if you could address that, can you talk a little bit about why this might be a good public policy in Maryland, why the private prison industry is not a road we want to go down first and second? Can you talk a little bit about the difference between the IGSA and 287G programs? Thank you.
Sure, absolutely, Senator. Thank you for the question. I'm happy to address those. And, with the chairman's permission, Nina might have some thoughts here as well. But I'll say in terms of private prisons, we've seen, abuses in private prisons, both in the immigration context and other contexts across the country because of the lack of oversight that happens there. And certainly, we are in favor of immigration detention, no matter how it's structured, but just in terms of having the basic protections that are afforded to individuals in a detention setting. Private prisons have a terrible record protecting those. And you'll see, I mean, just in Virginia, in the neighboring jurisdiction in Farmville, there's the detention center run by a private entity there. And you saw a massive COVID outbreak that happened where almost everyone got COVID and one person died. So, I mean, I think certainly, you know, we don't want to get into that business. And I think in other contexts as a state, we've already said, we don't want to get into the business of private detention. And it's not something that we should be a part of in the immigration context. I think with respect to the second point of your question, right, the difference between the IGSAs and 287G, and the 287G agreements are agreements, you know, that are all jail-based, as has been pointed out, where there's an agreement between law enforcement, sheriff's office, and DHS to allow them to inquire about immigration and citizenship status, issue detainers, and sort of take on some of those roles that are exclusively within the purview of the federal government, absent those types of agreements. They don't deal with detention, you know, outside of the 48 hours that it sounds like some of those agreements have here. What we're talking about are these detention centers where people are detained for months, sometimes years, and those are under intergovernmental service agreements between the county jails in Maryland and DHS. So what we're trying to do is sort of end those agreements so that we're not participating in that civil immigration detention system. Nina, did you have anything else?
Yes. Hi, thanks. Yeah, a couple things I wanted to say is just to note that nationally, just about 40% of all the places where ICE detains people are under these intergovernmental service agreements. And we're pivoting away from talking about money here, but I just want to underscore that a lot of times the incentive to sign those is a promise of some kind of profit to a local community. And we've done a fair amount of research around the country showing that, you know, there's a lot of instability that comes with taking on beds for ICE, and that sometimes entities that think they're going to make money end up losing a fair amount of money in making that gamble. And so I'd be remiss if I didn't make that point. I also want to add, and you all can go look at these reports, and with all due respect to the law enforcement colleagues here, there are federal inspection reports that show even in the facilities that have the IGSA agreements in Maryland, there were a fair number of violations, 80 by my math, in the last fiscal year that those inspections were done. And so, you know, I just want to make note of the fact that these are not, you know, even in Maryland, even in the limited scope use of them, places that are in full compliance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So thank you, Senator Hettleman. I see Senator Lee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question. I think this is a good bill. I've heard that there was a recent investigation into the Howard County Detention Center. Can you tell me a little bit about this? Do you know about this?
Sure, I mentioned it a little bit in the opening, and I did kind of like the 30,000 foot. It's a pretty lengthy report, but I like Mr. Katz went into actually greater detail, but I kind of highlighted a couple of the more glaring, problems and kind of shocking things that were happening. But I'll kick it over to Mr. Katz.
Yeah, I mean, I think, as I mentioned in my testimony, I mean, there were a lot of issues that came out of that report, and I'm happy to share it with the committee, and there was some coverage of it, but including just the gross overuse of strip searches, lack of access to hot meals for people, medical complaints going ignored. I mean, unfortunately, this is the nature of civil immigration detention. This is something I've seen, more than 10 years of practice in Maryland and New York and other places, and that's why it's essential that we sort of say as a state, we're not going to participate in this. I mean, there's just an inherent lack of oversight and accountability in these detention settings that lead to these types of abuses. And our folks who've been detained at these facilities have often experienced real, physical, emotional pain because of the conditions under which they're detained. So I appreciate you bringing that up, Senator, and it's something I think everybody should read to understand what's actually going on.
I have a copy of the report, so I can send it to you, Senator Lee, and the rest of the committee if they're interested. Okay. Looking around the room, seeing no further questions, that will conclude the testimony in the hearing for Senate Bill 478. Thank you all very much. Next, we'll move on to Senator Carter with Senate Bill 397. Senator Carter, you are up.
Thank you, members of the Judicial Proceedings Committee and Chairman Smith and Vice Chairman Wallstreicher. I just first want to say thank you to this committee because the bill I'm about to introduce, this committee passed a version of the bill both in 2019 and 2020. Last year, I believe our bill got caught up in the shortened session once we got it over to the House. At least I'll tell myself that. But at any rate, this is an incredibly good and important bill. It's one of those bills that my full heart and mind are in because I believe that it is absolutely the right thing to do and it will make a huge difference in the lives of our citizens. So basically, Senate Bill 397 is the bill that would allot a 90 credit bonus to inmates that complete educational programs. Now, the programs that we've had some debate over the years about what programs and, you know, do we want all programs or are they really legitimate, certified? How much time do they take? The bill clearly spells out the specific programs that we're talking about. We're talking about at least 600 hours of related coursework or the high school equivalency, academic certificate or high school diploma. We're talking about associate's degrees, bachelor's degrees, and the like. So we're talking about degrees and credentials that can actually afford people job opportunities, real job opportunities, and potentially entrepreneurial opportunities when they get out. We've heard a few times this year, and I know I've said it on a number of bills, that I was dismayed and actually extremely embarrassed and perturbed that despite all of the efforts that this legislative body has made over many years with justice reinvestment, many other pieces of legislation, so many efforts since then, even with all of that, Maryland still incarcerates more Black people, more Black men than any country, any state in this country, including ones that we would think would incarcerate more because we think that our politics are so much more progressive than those. And so not only do we incarcerate more Black people, which is a problem because Black people make up a much smaller percentage of the population and are overrepresented in our criminal justice system and our prisons. So we know that there's a problem there. But other compelling information is that the majority of persons that wind up getting convicted have educational deficits. The majority of them don't have college educations. Many don't have high school diplomas. Many don't even have a 12th or a 10th grade reading level. And so these programs are critically important if we expect, as we advocate to decarcerate, as we advocate to release people, then release more people, it's critically important that they're prepared to be productive when they come out. Other than that, we're setting up a recipe for recidivism. Another important piece of stat that someone shared with me is that inmates that participate in these kinds of programs as outlined in the bill recidivate 43% less likely to recidivate. That's critically important. There are 13 other states that have done this. We could once again be in the forefront of states that do things that make sense. And I want to clarify one thing just because it's come up in discussions before, and I think we're all clear because we've passed this bill, but why would we give a 90 credit bonus for those that complete a program other than just those that just participate in the program? One, because we want people not to just get credit because they're signing up for something, and it could be any kind of use of their time because it's not only educational programs they can get credit for, but we actually want them to complete the programs and come out with the skills they need to be productive in society. So that's the reason this bill is so important and why the 90 credit bonus in this bill is so much more significant than other kinds of DIM credits that we award. Now, this is the bill as originally sponsored. It is a straight 90 credits for the completion of these specific programs. It is not modifications. I'm aware that we did discuss and even pass some modifications, but it's my understanding that after talking to many of the advocates and talking to Judge Karum, who you'll hear from shortly, and Corey Johnson from the Job Opportunities Task Force, I'm reconvinced that this bill, in this version of the bill, is the better version of the bill, and I'm hoping that we'll pass it as is. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer questions after hearing from my panel. I believe my lead witness is Corey Johnson, followed by Judge Karum. I know we had an impacted person that had benefited from this, but I'm not sure if he's here. I heard he might have had a tragedy and couldn't be here today. So with that, I'll be quiet and we can start with Ms. Johnson.
Excellent. Thank you, Senator Carter. Ms. Johnson, you're the primary witness. You've got 5 minutes. Welcome. Good to see you. And the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Corey Johnson, and I'm an attorney and the Senior Policy Research Analyst at the Job Opportunities Task Force. A little bit about the Job Opportunities Task Force. We advocate for the meaningful employment opportunities of low-skill, low-wage workers and the elimination of systemic and institutional barriers to employment. Before beginning, I would like to thank this committee and the bill sponsor, Senator Carter, for this timely piece of legislation that passed the Senate during the 2019 and the 2020 legislative session. I would like to highlight that SB 397 and diminution credits has been a decades-long conversation, as Senator Carter stated. In 2011, the governor created a task force on prison reentry that was chaired by the then Secretary of the Department of Corrections. In the 2011 report that the task force produced, the report highlighted the grave need for the state of Maryland to embrace justice reinvestment. Particularly, it identified that an improvement to public safety required a focus on facilitating meaningful reentry for incarcerated individuals. The 2011 task force concluded that in order to positively impact reentry outcomes, improve public safety, and to be fiscally responsible, Maryland needed to make substantial changes to systems, policies, practices, and laws governing incarcerated individuals, not only to make our communities better, but to give incarcerated individuals a fighting chance in the already competitive job market post-release. Their recommendation included the need for DIM credits as a means of equipping individuals with the opportunities for upward mobility. The task force identified that meaningful reentry begins with education. In 2020, the Prison Policy Organization reported that incarcerated individuals who participated in correctional education programs and other pre-release programs had a 43% lower odds of recidivating than incarcerated individuals who did not. And the odds of obtaining employment post-release was 13% higher than those who had not participated. As the National Employment Law Project indicates, employment was the #1 predictor of recidivism, with the recidivism rate among unemployed offenders being 42.4% compared to employed offenders reoffending percentage of 26.2%. That is literally a 20% increased chances of recidivating or reoffending if an individual is unemployed. Research indicates that poverty is inextricably linked to crime. In fact, the Bureau of Justice Statistics indicates that poverty is the mother of crime. The Bureau identified that persons in poor households at or below the federal poverty level had more than double the rate of violent victimizations as persons in high-income households. Persons in poor households had a higher rate of violence involving a firearm compared to persons above the federal poverty line. In the state of Maryland, the zip codes with the highest rates of violent crimes are also simultaneously the poorest communities. Why? Because poverty locks individuals into an endless cycle of criminality due to a lack of resources and access to income. In 2018, JOTF's research report appropriately deemed this cycle the criminalization of poverty. Consequently, we believe that breaking the cyclical nature of poverty in the state of Maryland begins with employment, meaningful employment. The question then becomes, as a state, how do we get there? SB 397 is the answer. The Brookings Institute identified that education is key to ending poverty. Since the economic recovery of 2010, 11.6 million jobs have been created, and of those 11.6 million jobs, 11.5 million required a post-secondary degree or credentialing. Yet incarcerated individuals in the state of Maryland are not set up for success. In fact, the cards are stacked against them. Currently, Maryland's mandatory education law requires individuals that lack a high school diploma, have at least 18 months remaining on their sentence, and is not exempt due to medical development or learning disabilities to participate in in educational credentialing. However, as Senator Carter stated, there is no completion requirement. We believe that SB 397 would allot additional diminution credits for the completion of a program and would incentivize individuals to complete the program. I want to remind everyone the average reading level of the 19,332 incarcerated. Can I finish my sentence? Is that okay? I just want to remind the committee that the average reading level of the 19,332 incarcerated citizens in the Maryland prison system is between 5th and 8th grade. It is time to reinvest in justice. It is time to reinvest in reentry, and it is time to reinvest in racial equity and the decriminalization of poverty. For those reasons, we urge a favorable report.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Always good to see you. So next we are going to go on to Judge Groom. You're up. Good to see you, Judge.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Smith, senators. Initially, let me give my usual disclaimer that I'm speaking today not for the Maryland court system officially, but for the nonprofit volunteer group Maryland Alliance for Justice Reform, or MAJOR. This is a very good bill, good policy, good efficiency, low cost. And I'd like to give you 3 or 4 points in support of it. One of them is that right now, according to recent reports, only 15% of the entire population of folks inside of our Maryland prisons participate in an educational program. That's even before COVID. Right now, it's probably almost 0% with COVID. But normally it would be only 15%. The folks who work and teach in these programs agree with the report from Ms. Johnson that the average reading level is between 5th and 6th grade. There was a time some years ago that there was an incentive for education programs above other programs. That was taken away when the law was changed several years ago so that it was equalized. And now one can get the same credits for sweeping the floors or working in the cafeteria, where you can get a snack, as you could for attending a class to earn a GED or a college degree. Before they changed that, when there was the extra incentive for education, the prisons reported approximately 1,000 GEDs were being earned per year. After they equalized those credits, so there was no benefit in diminution to attending college classes, it dropped to around 300, a 2/3 drop. So that demonstrates the importance to prisoners of having the ability to earn some credit to get released a little bit sooner. Another point that I'd like to raise is that the fiscal note that was provided by Public Services, Public Safety Correctional Services 2 years ago was zero cost to them. This year they put some cost on it, but it doesn't really make sense because they already do track these credits. The last point I'd like to make, if I could have an extra second to do that, is that previously, when this bill hit the floor, it got amended to exclude people with convictions for crime of violence. We'd like to emphasize to you that the statistics of the state prisons are that 84.6% of the population have convictions for crimes of violence. So if you do that amendment, which we urge you not to do, you're going to exclude nearly 85% of all prisoners, including the ones you think are most dangerous, from the benefits that would reduce their recidivism and make it less likely for them to offend again. The same thing applies to sex offenders. According to studies, sex offenders are less likely to recidivate if they also have these educations.
Time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge Groom. All right, with that, Senator Carter, I don't see Mr. Freeman here, and I think you said that he may be attending to an
Here, attend a funeral, I hear. So I think that might be it for the proponents.
Excellent. And no one is signed up in opposition. So with that, that'll conclude the testimony for Senate Bill 397. I'll turn it over to the committee for questions. I think the judge can answer my questions with the exclusions. I think that's what we did last year. We had a carve out for the for sex offenders, right? Is that right? Is that what we did? That's what we did. Okay, got it. And that here, hold on. Sorry, I'll unmute you.
So
there was a carve out for sex offenders that was added. There's already some carve out built into the DIM credit statute.
That's right.
Certain sex offenders would never get this credit anyway, but you did a further carve out last year, and also crimes of violence either last year or the year before, rather.
Understood. Okay, that's right. That's exactly right. Okay. All right. Questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you all very much. Thank you, Senator Carter. And
thank you.
With that, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 397. Have a good one. All right. We'll now move on to Senate Bill 484 with Senator Heddleman. Senator Heddleman, you're up next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm here to present Senate Bill 484. And you'll hear in a little bit about what happened to a Baltimore County resident. She's going to testify in support of this bill because she doesn't want to have to go through, she doesn't want others to have to go through what she experienced. She was put in a very uncomfortable position in a workplace of hers when she was 15 years old. Then when she went home and told her parents about what had happened to her, she and her dad went to the Cockeysville Police Department and wanted to make a police report about this embarrassing incident. And she was made to relate what had happened to her in a very public space, in a public lobby with multiple people present. And due to the sensitive nature of the report, it made her feel re-victimized and embarrassed, and that her privacy had been violated. At that time, they actually didn't take the police report. And actually, I won't go into too many details because she will relate them herself. But this happened multiple times. And when she went to her legislator, they talked about it and did some research and found that police departments around the state did not have any sort of policy with regard to providing victims a private space in which to relate their complaints. So this bill, what does this bill do? It requires law enforcement agencies to give a private area or room upon request for a victim to talk about sensitive topics. And it would require them to develop signage to indicate that this is an option for the public. The bill has been endorsed by the Bipartisan Women's Caucus. And I just want to say also that in other places, public places where victims may come and report, like hospitals and trauma centers, there are these kinds of privacy protocols in effect, specifically for sexual assault survivors. So we think that this is a best practice that we want to enact statewide. And we think it's a pretty straightforward bill, and we ask for your support of Senate Bill 484. Thank you. I'd like to turn it over now to my panel of witnesses. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Senator Heddleman. So your primary witness is Ms. Sayan. You are up next. You'll have 5 minutes as the primary witness. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello. So on August 25th, 2019, I went to the Cockeysville Police President with my father to report an incident that occurred at a restaurant where I worked. Adult co-worker made inappropriate advances to me when And when I reported it to the management, they were unconcerned. The police station there had a lobby where officers sat behind a glass wall. My father explained to the officer why we were there, and the officer asked me to relay what happened to me in a public lobby. What happened to me was very embarrassing, and it was made even more so by not being able to tell the male officer my story in private. I returned to the police station the next day with my mother, and we experienced the same thing. I was made to give my explanation in a public lobby to another male officer. This caused me to feel very uncomfortable again, and overall, it was an experience that anyone could easily walk in on. It was not until my mother consulted an attorney who had been a police officer that she was able to demand we be taken to a private room for me to explain what had happened. It was my feeling that anyone coming into the police station to report a crime like assault, which may be sensitive and embarrassing for them, should have the option to do so in a private room away from the public eye. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much for taking the time to share your insight and your story with us. So thank you for being with us today, and thank you for your testimony. Next, we will move on to Ms. Jordan. I think you're there. There you are. You're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you, Senator Hedelman, for introducing this bill, and especially thank you to Ms. Sion for sharing her story. I'm Lisa Jordan, here with the Maryland Coalition Against Sexual Assault in support of Senate Bill 484. This is the type of legislation that leads me to say, I can't believe I have a job. You know, this is the sort of thing that you would think would be a matter of human kindness and decency, that someone who was a survivor of sexual violence who came forward and reported to police would be given the respect of a private area. I really appreciate that the sponsors of this legislation added all victims of crime when there's personal issues involved, including survivors of child abuse and domestic violence. But for the issue of sexual assault, I would just remind the committee that sexual assault is one of the most underreported crimes. They estimate that of every 1,000 sexual assaults, only 230 are reported to police. So we need to do whatever we can to encourage those brave survivors to come forward. As Senator Hedelman already mentioned, we have regulations in Maryland that already require that at hospitals, when a rape survivor comes forward or a sexual assault survivor comes forward, that they be brought to a private place. This just brings the same sort of decency and kindness to our police stations. The fiscal note is nil. So I encourage a favorable report on Senate Bill 484.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Jordan. And next we will have Ms. Shapiro. Is Melanie here? There you are. Ms. Shapiro, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Melanie Shapiro with the Maryland Network Against Domestic Violence, here in support of Senate Bill 484. I would like to thank Senator Hedelman for bringing this bill and reiterate what the prior panelist said, which is sort of remarkable that we have to have this kind of legislation anyway. We talk often and in the past years about trauma-informed, trauma-centered. This is what we would call a victim-centered bill. It would apply to all victims of the Title III of the criminal law article. This includes other crimes against the person, such as assault, rape, sexual assault, stalking, and human trafficking. We should have the decency of allowing them to report the offenses that have happened to them in the privacy of a room and not have to do it in front of the entire police station. There are, as Ms. Jordan stated regarding sexual assault, that is one of the most underreported crimes. It comes along with domestic violence, which is also one of the most underreported crimes. A study that was conducted between 2006 and 2015 estimates that almost 600,000 cases of domestic violence a year are not reported. And so if we can make it more victim-centered and make the situation more appropriate for the victims to come and report those offenses, this is the type of policy that we should have for Maryland. And so we urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 484.
Mr. Chairman, if I might,
Yes.
I just want to say, that I really applaud Miss Zion and her family for taking the steps. First of all, she was a 15-year-old when this happened, and she told her parents about it, and they took action and went to report it, and then she has continued her advocacy, and she is here today. So I think, like, in terms of getting our young people involved and advocating for themselves and for the greater community to change policy, I really applaud her and, really commend her and her family. And I think it's remarkable and wonderful. So thank you.
No, Senator Heddleman, we always like, especially when young folks get involved in civics and learn how to make a difference and advocate effectively. It's always astonishing and much appreciated. Gives us all hope. So thank you again. Thank you for pointing that out. Miss Ruth, you're good.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Lori Ruth. I'm the legal director at the Women's Law Center of Maryland. I too am here in strong support of SB 484. I don't want to belabor the points that have already been made by the people who testified. Obviously, this is a victim-centered, trauma-informed approach to assist people who are brave enough to come forward to police stations, sheriffs, wherever they go in law enforcement to make their reports. And we think it's a bare necessity of humaneness to put a poster on the wall and then allow people to have a private space to tell what can be a very embarrassing, traumatizing story. At the risk of opening up Pandora's box, yesterday, there was a bill, HB 195, that Ms. Jordan, Ms. Shapiro, and I opposed, along with state's attorneys and some others, that would disallow citizen complaints at commissioners' offices. And I just kept thinking about this bill because we have already testified it over on the House side as HB 193. If HB 195 were to pass, this bill becomes almost the only way to try and protect the traumatized victims who are trying to report crimes. And it actually should be strengthened from a poster to requiring a room and requiring a way to have these reports made in a dignified and trauma-informed manner in law enforcement agencies. And the way that the legislature works, things don't always come in the right order for things. But I just kept thinking about that yesterday, hearing about how devastating that would be for the 15 to 30,000 people who now go to the commission to report this crime, who are now all going to be forced to go over to law enforcement to report it if they passed that, I think, pretty dangerous bill. So I really urge a favorable report on this, regardless of what happens with that bill, but especially if that bill were going to move. This bill really deserves strong attention and maybe amendments to make it even more forceful. So for those reasons, we urge a favorable report on SB 484. And thank you, Senator Heddleman, for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ruth. And with that, that'll conclude the testimony for Senate Bill 484. We'll turn to the committee for questions. Senator Carter has a question.
Thanks so much. And thank you for coming to testify. I really appreciate it, hearing your testimony. I like hearing from young people too. And it's important that you understand that the legislature is here for you. And of course, I have no qualms with the spirit of the bill. I'm glad that even though most of the proponents tend to advocate only on one issue, that this pertains to all potential victims. The question, it's not really, so the bill though says that upon request or upon demand, I think, so put up the poster and then upon demand or request, but I'm not clear, and it could have just been that Sion was uncomfortable to ask the officer if there was a private space, but I didn't hear in her testimony where she asked for the space, just that the standard kind of protocol is to take the report through the window. We certainly know that most police stations have private spaces because that's where they generally turn the heat lamps on for the people that they interrogate. But that my question is, and maybe if I'm wrong, but I don't actually think it should be upon request. I think it should be like standard protocol that when someone comes in to report something as a victim, they're given private space to report what happened because it's not really comfortable for most people. So that's just my comment, not really a question. I mean, I just think I think we shouldn't make it upon request. I think it should be, that's just the deal.
I think that, it's the committee's bill now. I'd certainly be supportive of strengthening it in that way.
All right. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Senator Carter. Go ahead.
All right, I don't want to stir up any unnecessary opposition. And I'm sure that there are some police stations, because they complain that they say, their space is inadequate. They might claim that, but I mean, assuming it doesn't generate opposition, I just don't think the onus should be on the victim. That's all. Thank you.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you. Turning to the committee for further questions. Seeing none. All right. With that, that'll conclude the testimony and the bill hearing for Senate Bill 484. Thank you, Senator Hedelman. We'll now move on to Senator Kagan with Senate Bill 377. Good to see you, Madam Vice Chair. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. It's good to be back in JPR. Hello, colleagues. For the record, I'm Cheryl Kagan, very proud to be the senator for Gaithersburg and Rockville, here with the Consumer Protection Bill today. As some of you might have noticed on my social media, last summer, I flew to Montana to knock out state capitals number 49 and 50 and rented a car to drive home. In the middle of Illinois, I got a flat tire. I pulled over, took all the crap out of the trunk of the car, and I was astonished to find out that there was no spare tire, no donut tire. Now, I called the roadside service folks and was told that in 4 or 5 hours, they could get someone there to help me. I made an alternative plan, but what if it had been 2 a.m. in the middle of nowhere with a dead cell phone battery, a near empty gas tank, and a fear of not being able to turn on the ignition to keep warm, not being able to call for help, and being vulnerable to assault or rape or murder in the middle of nowhere at the side of the road. This isn't a unique situation. There are rental cars that get flats all the time. AAA just published a piece today talking about my bill, actually, and the commonality of flat tires in general and in rental cars. We don't know how well they're being taken care of. We don't know whether the prior renter has swapped out a tire, has replaced it with an inferior model, or anything like that. So when I came back, I thought there would be a simple solution, which is require all rental car agencies to furnish a spare tire, whether that's a full-size tire or a donut, but keeping the driver safe. I since learned, after talking to Mr. Gary Giola and some other folks, that sometimes, and there is increasing tendency for some new car models to not even have tire wells. So unless you feel like having a tire sitting in the back seat of the car or in the trunk along with your luggage, which no one's going to want, what's the solution? So this bill is, first off, I want to flag an amendment that you should have, because it's a fairly significant modification to acknowledge the fact that on the one hand, we need to keep drivers safe. And on the other hand, we need to recognize that not all cars are going to come with a spare tire. So first off, we might hear, well, they'll just give you a pump, or they'll give you a little patch kit. Again, it's 2 a.m. You may not have a flashlight. You may not be able to find a puncture. There may not be a puncture at all. It could be shredded. It could be damaged in the sidewall. And it might be someone with disabilities. It might be someone who just doesn't have skills at changing tires or analyzing and repairing one. So what this would do is say, if the car that you are renting has a tire well, there should be a tire in it. If it does not have a tire well, and therefore not a tire, then the customer, the rental car customer, should be notified of that in the rental agreement and need to initial that they recognize that they are leasing a car, renting a car without a spare tire. They need to be notified and they need to acknowledge being notified. If they say, that's not okay with me, I really want a spare tire just in case, then if there is not another car available in the same cost level, then an upgrade would have to be provided at no extra charge to the consumer. I want to mention that a consumer protection expert also offered a very small additional amendment that would say specifically that the tire that's in the rental car has to be of the correct model for that car. And you would hope that that's the case, but you just want to be totally clear. And that the tools to change the tire should be in the rental car. Again, one would hope that would be obvious and clear, but since not all business people have consumer protection as their number one priority, I think that's wise. I want to flag that rental car agreements in at least some companies say, Avis and Budget are two that we were able to find, quote, they will replace a flat or damaged tire with the spare or get the car towed to the nearest service facility. So first off, the spare, not a spare, the spare implies very clearly that there is a spare tire in there, not a spare, but the spare that is in the car. So I think that's misleading and something that, that would offer comfort to a driver and misleadingly so. Just a couple more quick things. The Mid-Atlantic AAA, as I said, wrote about the number of spare tires. And while, in case people are watching, during COVID, as many people are driving a lot less, when they drive, the tires have not been used, and they're finding more and more people are getting flat tires now. In 2019, though, before COVID, AAA Mid-Atlantic said that 97,834 of their members had flat tires. And even with fewer people driving and fewer miles being driven in 2020 during the pandemic, 75,660 of their members had a flat tire. Roadside assistance is not always available if you're in the middle of nowhere, if your cell phone battery is dead, or if you don't have cell service, you literally can't get to roadside assistance. And even if you can, waiting 4 or 5 hours or more, if there's a bad weather or a traffic accident or something, somebody could really be stranded and could be threatened with public safety, health, or life. So with that, I am happy to listen to the other witnesses or take questions now. We have someone who's here who wrote a piece for the Washington Post and has some insights on this issue. He's my lead witness. And then the Maryland Consumer Rights Coalition, Isadora Stern is with me as well. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, and colleagues.
Excellent. Thank you, Vice Chair Kagan. And with that, we'll go on to your primary witness, which is Mr. Elliott. Mr. Elliott, as a primary witness, you have 5 minutes, and the floor is yours. I see you down there.
It says unmute. Can everyone see me, hear me?
We can hear you. We cannot see you.
Okay. Do you need to see me or can I proceed?
You can proceed if you'd like.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Christopher Elliott, Mr. Chairman. Oh, wait a minute. It's asking me to start my video here. Hi.
Go.
All right.
You won the Room Raider competition for the day so far, so that's excellent. There you go.
At least I'm not a kitten.
That was hilarious.
That was hilarious, yes. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. A car rental should be the least dramatic part of your vacation. You pick up the vehicle, you drive it, you return it to the airport, all done. In 2015, I penned an article for the Washington Post about consumer protection and rental cars. Shockingly, nothing has changed much since then. It's true, renting a car should be the least stressful part of your trip. So why does it get so complicated if everything goes wrong with that, if anything goes wrong with that vehicle? Well, it starts with the ambiguity of the rental agreements. Every rental company seems to have a different policy. Sometimes Sometimes these agreements are so misleading that even the employees are clueless about what's in them. In the research I conducted for my Washington Post piece, I learned that these agreements give car rental company operators a broad license, excuse me, to impose fees and remove essential consumer rights. It's enough to stress anyone out. Flat tires are one of the most common roadside emergencies. As a result, it's incredibly important for a renter to know whether their vehicle comes equipped with a spare tire. Without this simple fix available in the trunk of a car, renters can be stuck waiting for hours for roadside assistance and paying outrageous fees for towing services, manual labor, and replacement tires. If a car is built to have a spare tire, it should come equipped with that part when it's rented. Managing a flat tire is fairly simple. It's a skill that most motorists know. You find the spare tire and the jack, you remove the flat tire, and you secure a new one in place. At a minimum, not having access to these options leaves consumers at risk for potentially missing out on a work meeting or a hard-earned vacation. In a worst case scenario, that person could be alone, lost, and unable to call for help. That's why I support Senator Kagan's Senate Bill 377. This important and overdue legislation will keep renters safe by ensuring a transparent rental process. The renter will be required to acknowledge in their agreement whether the vehicle they are choosing has a spare tire. Companies will be required to provide a spare tire if there is a tire well in the vehicle. And those companies cannot charge an additional fee to the renter if they must upgrade in order to drive a car with a spare. By enforcing these simple requirements, consumers will be protected on their terms and companies will be transparent about what they are providing. Drivers are more likely to have an accident in an unfamiliar vehicle. Whether avoidable or not, flat tires can happen to anyone. Consumers deserve to be given full transparency when renting a vehicle, and this includes knowing whether they will have access to a spare tire in the event of an emergency. I urge a favorable report on SB 377 with Senator Kagan's new amendments presented today. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Elliott. And with that, we'll go on to the next proponent. It's Ms. Stern. You are up.
Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Isadora Stern, and I'm here today with the Maryland Consumer Rights Coalition. MCRC is a statewide organization that works to promote financial inclusion for all Maryland consumers, and we do that through our advocacy, direct service, education, and research. A lot of what has been said resonates in my testimony as well, so I'll try and keep it short. I will offer both a consumer protections perspective as well as actually I have my own experience as a consumer that has been in this situation. Transparency is one of the most important factors of consumer protections. It gives consumers the ability to educate themselves and keep themselves safe while making important financial decisions. I think this bill does an excellent job of both ensuring there's a physical tire in a spare in a rental vehicle, as well as providing consumers with the knowledge if there is not. So consumers are well educated about what product they are receiving. I got a call maybe 2 winters ago from my mother. She was driving through at night through spotty reception at 3% battery, and she had gotten a flat tire and a spare. She was pulled over on the side of the highway and could not connect with AAA because of her reception. She was able to tell me her location and the make and model of her car, and then her phone died. I was able to call AAA and get her assistance, but not every consumer has a wonderful daughter, and not every consumer has a charged cell phone to make that call. Roadside assistance can be incredibly costly. A membership-based roadside assistance like AAA can be upwards of $100 a year, and contracting with an independent towing company can cost a minimum of $50, which is significant for consumers. So I think this bill is a good step for protecting consumers and ensuring that the products they are receiving are safe. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Stern. And with that, that concludes the testimony for the proponents. We'll now switch over to the opposition panel, and we will start off with Mr. DiLorenzo. You are up next.
Good afternoon, Senators. I'm Mike DiLorenzo, and I operate the regional car rental company called NextCar. We have 17 stores in the Baltimore, Washington metropolitan area. I and my customers are constituents of most of you. I have been in the car rental industry for 52 years. In fact, in my earlier career, I drove a tow truck and I changed tires. But what I want to talk about today is the misunderstanding about flat tire management systems. First of all, the car rental companies have nothing to do with this. The manufacturers are changing the way they want customers to manage flat tires. There are 4 basic systems. There's the full-size spare tire that all you guys are imagining, but I haven't seen one in 10 years, so I don't know what car has one of those. Then there's the compact spare tire that's in most cars that we're all used to, and that's what we're all thinking about. But since 2017, there have been 2 other systems added to the manufacturer's toolbox. One is run flat tires, which there's no spare tire in, for example, any Tesla or any BMW. They all come with run flat tires. And there's no spare tire and no well. Then the last and newest system is the system that Senator Kagan probably experienced, and that's an air pump with sealant. And you hook up the air pump, you plug it into the cigarette lighter, and it pumps up the tire and seals the leak. So those are the 4 systems that exist that are created by the manufacturers. We don't build the cars, we just rent the cars the way that the manufacturer has designed them. So what you're asking the car rental industry to do, as far as anything to do with putting tools in a car or a tire in a car, is absurd, because we're not qualified engineering wise to decide what's the right jack for this car, what's the right spare tire for this car. That's way outside the scope of what car rental companies should and could be doing. The other cars that you'd be surprised that don't have spare tires, Toyota Prius, Chevy Bolt, and Ford Fusion. None of those cars have a spare tire. They all have the pump and sealant system in them. So spare tires have been going away. My wife had a car with run flat tires in 2008. It begins on the high-end cars, and now it's migrating down to everyday cars, and that's why you all are bumping into these in part of your regular life. The car rental industry has always trained the public on new technology in the automobile trades. We had to train the public on Bluetooth. We had to train the public on how to use navigation systems. And now we're going to have to train the public on how to deal with an air pump and a tire sealant kit. There is absolutely no reason for this to be any more than a disclosure bill. The way the bill is written, even with the amendments, it's getting bogged down in technical details of automobiles, which has nothing to do with this. If you want us to disclose to the customer what kind of spare tire management system, whatever car they've selected is equipped with, we will do that. Just ask us to. You don't even have to turn it into a law. In preparation for my testimony, I did some statistics. Last month, January 2021, I had 4,680 customers. We bought 50 tires last month. That's less than a 1% tire problem ratio. So I don't believe that we need to have legislation about 1% of the customers that could be impacted by this legislation. I think that's an awful small group of people. I just think this is way outside the bounds. And lastly, my third and final point, what in God's name would make you want me to give a customer a free upgrade because they reserved a car that they decided they don't like the spare tire management system that it comes with? Why do I have to give them a free upgrade? Why couldn't I give them an alternative vehicle choice in the same car class? Why couldn't I offer them a downgrade to a cheaper car? Why couldn't I offer them an upgrade to a more expensive car and let the customer choose? But why would you want to put in legislation that I have to give them a free upgrade? The law specifically says upgrade. I mean, that's just ridiculous. And I refuse to accept that with my 52 years of working in this business in Maryland and serving all your constituents for the last 50 years. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Passion testimony. We'll now move over. Next, thank you very much for the testimony. We'll move next to Mr. DeRose. You are up next.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee. My name is John DeRose, and I work with Enterprise Holdings. We own and operate Enterprise, National, and Alamo rent-a-car brands. One of our company's founding values is our brand is the most important thing we own, and I think that issues like this speak to the heart of that. Ensuring the safety and the condition of the vehicles that we put our customers in is paramount to our company, all our employees, and our operations across the country. This includes the proper maintenance, conducting vehicle inspections with the renter at the time of the pickup, assessing the condition, the equipment, and the understanding of the features of the car is all part of that process that we do when we put a customer into a car. Several years ago, the manufacturers started building these cars without spare tire options. And I don't want to be repetitive, as a couple of people have already testified to, with the different systems that are in there. But this has been going on for years. The traditional spare tire has been replaced by these new systems. Temporary spares, or donuts, as most people refer to them, are the most common that are still in the cars. Rental car companies, national rental car companies, and companies that operate in multiple states, their fleet moves around in a very fluid manner. So if a bill like this were to pass in Maryland, it's unique to the rest of the country. And as these cars move around the country, this would have some pretty significant unintended consequences in terms of how the business operates. For example, we could in-fleet a brand new car at BWI today. That car's first rental could be a one-way to a different state somewhere in the United States, never to return to Maryland for service again. Now, if you take that and you extrapolate that, throughout the different brands that operate in the state of Maryland, with cars coming in and out, this could be just a huge challenge in order to try to meet these requirements of this bill. Every vehicle that we rent, we inspect prior to the rental. We make sure that the equipment that's supposed to be in the car is in the car. We make sure that the customer understands what's in the car and how to use what's in the car. And if they have any questions, we certainly answer those questions. If they're uncomfortable at that point, we would certainly move them to a different vehicle that they were comfortable with. If it was something with the features of the car, if it was the tire system that was in the car, how to use it, we would certainly move them to a different vehicle as part of the customer service process. We also we offer roadside assistance, which was already mentioned, so that that could handle tires as well as accident breakdown, mechanical issues. We have met with Senator Kagan to talk about this, and I'm sorry.
Your time's expired. To briefly conclude, that'd be great.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yep. I guess just to sum it up, we did meet. We discussed it, where this came from and what some of the options were there. So at this point, we would respectfully ask for an unfavorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. DeRose. Sorry, but we don't have we have to adapt here. We don't have an actual timer, so you have the voice of God coming in.
No problem.
So we're adapting here. All right. So next we have Mr. Gargiola. You're up.
Chair and members of the committee, Rob Gargiola with Compass, on behalf of both Enterprise and Fitz Auto, which has Nextcar as an affiliate. I want to thank Senator Kagan. I've had the opportunity to have a number of conversations with her and her staff. She brought this to my attention well before session, and then we had a meeting during session to try to figure out if there was a way or amendments that could be offered to try to address this situation. Certainly, I wouldn't want this dynamic happening to my daughters or my son even, or Hannah or anyone, frankly, and certainly sympathetic to what happened to Senator Kagan. That being said, it's as much as we tried, very difficult to try to figure out how to amend this bill to address some of the logistical challenge that you heard from John DeRose and Mike DiLorenzo. The bottom line is technology, because of the drive for fuel efficient cars and making cars lighter, is evolving rapidly. I was just looking at Consumer Reports, and they noted a number of things about the emphasis for manufacturers to reduce car weight and the decrease in the number of spare tires or donuts. And I believe the number is only around 53%, which is still a majority. In 2017, less and less cars over time are even going to have a spare tire. You heard earlier from Mr. DiLorenzo about run flats. More and more cars, I think that number has increased hundreds of % over the last decade. And then there are these kits, and these are just the options that are available today. And so it's less likely as we go into the future with greater pressures for fuel efficiency, which is all a goal I think we embrace, that there's going to be spare tires in vehicles. Then there are the logistical challenges of fleets moving in and out of the state, or if someone flies into Reagan Airport versus BWI, that we would respectfully urge an unfavorable report on the legislation. The one thing I would add is if the committee decides they want to move something forward, this should be applicable to peer-to-peer rental vehicles. And right now, I believe it is not. This is something we've also raised with Senator Kagan. So right now you can go on your phone and rent from Enterprise or Nextcar. You can also rent from peer-to-peer vehicles. That is someone, if I may just finish the sentence, someone who has their car at BWI, like if I wanted to, there's an app. Many businesses are doing this now, and we just feel that if there's going to be some standard applied to rental cars, it should also be applicable to peer-to-peer. And with that, would request an unfavorable report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And with that, we have Mr. Smith. You're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What a great name to start off with. It's just great to be a Smith today.
Always great to be a Smith.
Yeah. Hello, committee members and fellow car rental folks. Even though I'm a car guy at heart, but I'm more of a sales car guy. And I want to thank Senator Kagan because I think she's on the right track. We want to make sure everybody's safe as we possibly can. It's just really hard to regulate these conglomerate manufacturers. I've been trying for a long time to try to get them to follow our lead here in Maryland in particular. And it's very hard. You know, my concern is we are actually, as a car dealer, as a service department, a rental company, when we put customers in a brand new car as a loaner car. So they fill out a rental car contract. And so I have to give them a Subaru, for example, for a Subaru car that comes in for warranty work, or a VW for VW. I can't just pick another car. I can't just upgrade them. I can't put a VW guy in a Cadillac. I just can't do it. So it puts me in a very bad position as they determine they're not going to put spares in the car. So, I mean, I love to ask for carve-outs, but I mean, I think you're trying to help every consumer, and I think all our cars are brand new pretty much, and so they're going to have tire monitoring, tire pressure monitoring devices. They're really only in the fleet for 9 months or less, but I think this is a unique challenge to try to regulate something that's a bigger federal issue than it is a local issue. But with that, I respectfully ask for us to keep working on the bill, but I appreciate what she's trying to do because I've got a 27-year-old daughter and a soon 16-year-old. I don't want them out there having a problem. So, you know, they're going to call me at all hours of the night, I'm sure. So but with that, I conclude my testimony. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Smith. And with that, that'll conclude the testimony for the opposition panel. We'll now turn it back to the committee for questions. Looking around the Zoom room, seeing none. With that, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 377. Thank you, Senator Kagan. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, colleagues. Take care.
Excellent. All right, we'll now move on to Senator Riley. Senator Riley's in with Senate Bill 373. Senator Riley, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Last year, a bill was submitted. It was Senate Bill 234. This bill had some unintended consequences. So we'll start with last year's bill. It was designed to say to municipalities, counties, and state that if you have someone who has an outstanding fine, you may not use the suspension of a license or a registration as a tool to get compliance, to get payment of the amount that was due. In many ways, this is a good public policy because most of these municipalities, county governments, and state governments can handle the loss of revenue for a period of time. At the renewal of the license or the renewal of the tags, people have to settle up. And the concept is we want people to be able to get to work. We want people to be able to get to their jobs, earn money, and contribute back to the society. I looked at the fiscal note, I listened to the committee hearing, I looked at the letters in the file. All of them were in support of this good public policy to keep people on the road. But nowhere in the bill or the testimony or the fiscal note did it mention that the adverse impact will fall on insurance companies who are trying to collect uninsured motorist claim payments. So the issue is, I'm at a stop sign, someone without insurance hits me, my insurance company will make me so whole except for my $250 deductible. So if I have $5,000 of damage, my insurance company pays me $4,750, and they are now in a position to try to recover that claim payment, including my $250 deductible, from the person who caused the claim. Now, you're going to hear some testimony from an attorney staff, and from MAVE representative to talk about what the adverse implications are. Basically, all our insurance rates are going to go up. The money's being paid out, and there's no mechanism to encourage people back to the table to set up pay plans. And these pay plans are controlled and reviewed by courts to make sure they're appropriate in the amount, that they're enforceable. And then with the court judgment, then the insurance companies has an opportunity to make payment arrangements and to satisfy the outstanding debt that someone has incurred. If you wreck somebody else's car or house or fence or parked car, you're really responsible for the damages that occurred. So, Mr. Chairman, if this was last year and we knew the unintended consequences, we would have brought it up. But it didn't show up until around the 1st of October at the end of last year, when lawyers' offices, representatives came to me and said, significant change in public policy, significant adverse effect to the insurance companies, and the long-term adverse effect is all of our rates will go up. So that's my beginning comments. I have a good panel for you to look at. I do have one amendment. The original bill talked about insurance companies, but we have to recognize that MAIF, the insurance of last resort, is not technically an insurance company. The amendment that we've submitted to the committee just clarifies that we do want to include the Maryland Auto Insurance Fund with this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Excellent. Thank you, Senator Riley. And with that, we'll move on to your panel. I think you designated Mr. Sauls as your primary.
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Sauls, you're up. And as a primary, you've got 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you very much. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you for your time this afternoon, Chairman Smith and Vice Chair and Senator Riley, for the opportunity to address the committee today in support of Senate Bill 373. I'm a longtime watcher and first-time caller, as it were. Passage last year of House Bill 280 and Senate Bill 234 certainly had unintended consequences, impacting the enforcement of civil judgments for uninsured motorist bodily injury and property damage claims. Senator Riley's introduction of Senate Bill 370 is a step in the right direction to correct these unintended consequences. I'm speaking to you today as a concerned private individual about a change in the law last year, which impacted many of your neighbors, friends, families, and constituents whose lives have been turned upside down due to the motor vehicle accidents they've had with uninsured individuals. Not only did these people have to go through the ordeal of sustaining injuries and property damages to their vehicles, but they and their insurance companies had to bear a heavy financial burden of the irresponsible individuals who caused these accidents. As a member of the Maryland Bar since 1986, for almost 35 years, I have, on behalf of these insured individuals, as well as their insurance companies, pursued the uninsured drivers who have caused injuries and damages in an effort to recover their deductibles of the insureds, as well as the losses sustained by the insurance companies. A 2020 report from the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, the Auto Insurance Database, noted that in 2016 alone, over $15 million in deductibles were incurred by Marylanders who accepted the responsibility to obtain insurance that comes along with the privilege of having a driver's license in Maryland. Almost $239 million in claims were paid by insurers for uninsured motorist losses in Maryland during the same time period. In connection with my work, at times I'm able to resolve claims short of filing suit. However, often suits instituted, frequently these insured individuals and representatives of the insurance companies are required to appear in court to testify about their experiences and losses in order for my office to obtain a judgment against the uninsured motorists. This is a process that's known as subrogation, and I assist the insured individuals as well as their carriers in controlling the costs of insurance premiums, recovering the insured's out-of-pocket costs. My efforts seek to hold the wrongdoer financially responsible so a fair and just outcome can be achieved. The rubber meets the road when it comes to collection of these judgments. Post-verdict enforcement of the judgments is required to recover the deductibles of the policyholder and losses paid by the carriers. The change in the law last year, which Senator Riley's current bill seeks to address, is the first step to restore what I consider to be the velvet hammer of enforcement taken away last year. After judgments entered, MVA is provided a true test copy, and they then notify the debtor with an order of suspension, giving them an opportunity to contact my office to work out payment arrangements. My office, like many others in this business, is flexible, willing to work with these debtors who have a sincere interest in satisfying their judgment obligations. Failure to reenact the statutory provisions would result in a significant loss to Maryland insured drivers and their responsible insurers, millions of dollars a year in deductibles. An unintended consequence of the repeal is that judgment creditors like my clients have to resort to harsher methods to enforce the judgment. This increases the costs to all involved with an added burden to the already struggling judiciary. Bank garnishments drain 100% of the amount in somebody's account up to the amount of the judgment, and wage garnishments result in approximately a 25% take home. I've had cases personally where I've been called by a mother of an individual whose license I suspended when she was 15 and a half years old. And I was told by that woman, when her daughter turned 21, that my actions saved her daughter's life. And I can tell you more about that during the question period. Suspensions allow enforcement of judgments against uninsured out-of-state drivers who cause injury and property damage in Maryland. I'm allowed, once I suspend somebody in Maryland, to have their state notified. And I've recovered judgments against a New York commercial driver who was involved in an accident with a dump truck and had him forced to pay a judgment that was entered in Maryland when he went to re-register his vehicle. License suspensions are an effective time-tested method for holding uninsured judgment debtors financially responsible. It's fair, it's just, it should be reinstated. Oh, that's my timer.
There you go.
I would respectfully request a favorable report from the Committee on Senate Bill 373. And thank you again for your time and attention. Stay well. I look forward to addressing any questions the committee may have at the appropriate time.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Souls. We'll now move on to Ms. Dodson.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, there you are.
Good afternoon, Chairman Smith and committee members. Sandra Dodson with Maryland Automobile Insurance Fund. SB 373 restores our ability to request MVA to suspend a driver's license for unpaid uninsured motorist judgments. Our interest in the bill stems from the fact that we rely on collecting uninsured motorist judgments from at-fault drivers who caused accidents but did not carry the proper automobile insurance required by law. Since these at-fault drivers weren't insured, MAFE pays claims and then seeks to recover from the at-fault driver. Maryland Auto has two distinct divisions. Our first division is the insured division, which operates just like any other insurance companies. We collect premiums and pay claims. When our policyholder is involved in an accident with an uninsured motorist, we pay for that claim, and then we can seek recovery from that at-fault party. To the extent we do not recover from these uninsured motorists, the cost of premiums will increase. Secondly, we operate the uninsured division for the state of Maryland, which uses state funds to pay Maryland residents involved in accidents where there's no other collectible insurance. For example, a pedestrian is injured by an uninsured motorist and they do not own a vehicle. We pay that claim and then go after the uninsured. To the extent we do not recover from those claims, we then may need to seek additional state funds to continue paying claims. By law, we are expected to seek recoveries for the uninsured division. As you might expect, individuals who are driving without insurance do not voluntarily reimburse me for damages they caused. In fact, the typical case, our efforts are ignored until the judgment debtor is advised they will be subject to a license suspension unless they pay the judgment or enter into a payment plan. Very often, this encourages the uninsured debtor to enter into a very flexible payment plan, usually less than $100 a month. In fact, our recovery specialists view this possibility of its suspension as an important tool in obtaining payment plans from debtors. As Mr. Sauls indicated, other options for recovery include wage garnishment, which is 25% of your take-home pay, which is determined by the state, bank account attachments, which can be financially devastating to the debtor, and property lien recoveries, which are rare. The loss. Can I just finish up really quickly?
We've moved to conclude. Yes, of course.
Sure thing. The loss of the driver suspension in October 1 has had a negative impact on our collections. Judgment debtors have refused to enter into payment plans and have or stop paying on currently established plans because there's no major consequences. We've seen a reduction in our payment plans since October 1st from 600 to 450, and we believe this will continue to erode and our recoveries will be reduced. For these reasons, we urge a favorable report with Senator Riley's amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dodson. And next we'll go on to Ms. Dentler. You're up.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Smith and committee members. My name is Carol Dentler. I'm from Baltimore County. I work for a law firm that represents multiple insurance companies in regards to the recovery from uninsured motorists. I'm speaking in support of Senate Bill 0373. Since the change in the law that occurred on October 1, 2020, our recovery has dropped almost 70% on judgments prior to October 1st. Recovery from judgments after October 1st has been near non-existent. After obtaining a judgment against an uninsured driver and her owner, we wait approximately 30 days, at which time we will attempt to communicate with the defendant by way of correspondence and phone calls. When these efforts have failed, we will notify motor vehicles for suspension of the driver's license. After that suspension was previously processed, the MVA allows the defendant approximately 2.5 weeks to communicate and set up a payment plan with our office. During that time and prior to the suspension date, we are also able to obtain extensions of the suspension date in order to allow a defendant time to enter into the payment plan, thereby avoiding the suspension. The said payment plan is put in writing in the form of a petition that is signed by the defendant, attorney for the plaintiff, and the judge of the court in order that MVA will remove the suspension from the driver's license. Unfortunately, since the change in this law, the change in the law has removed all incentive for the defendant to resolve the debt. The suspension of the driver's license is the least intrusive way to arrange a payment plan with the defendant and provide the necessary restitution. With the removal of the driver's license suspension, this leaves the only option but to file garnishments and or bank attachments, which only allows our office to negotiate. There's no negotiation by the defendant, and this may further cause unnecessary burden to the defendant's household, its members, and also the businesses that have to process the writs of garnishments and attachments. When there's no recovery, the policyholders are not getting their deductibles back. The failure of this bill will be costly to every citizen in the state as a result of increased insurance premiums to offset a reduction of the cost of recoveries that will reduce operating income and could negatively also. I just have a couple lines. Can I finish?
Of course, yes, briefly conclude.
Okay, it's just a couple, okay. And that could negatively impact employment within the state. This is why I am in support of Senate Bill 373 and would appreciate you passing the bill. Thank you, Senator Smith and committee members, for your time.
Excellent. Thank you very much for coming to testify today. And with that, that concludes the testimony for the proponents. We'll now switch over for the opposition. And for that, we have Mr. Dews, you're up first. The floor is yours. Good to see you.
Thank you, sir. My name is Christopher Dews, and I'm a policy advocate for the Job Opportunities Task Force, where our mission is to help lower wage workers advance to higher wage jobs. We strongly oppose 373 as a means of ensuring that we are not further criminalizing poverty via punitive suspensions of driver's licenses and vehicular registrations. Now, Maryland Auto, and I know somebody on this call is already from them, released a report last year called the Uninsured Division that dissected why 500,000 Marylanders, or 12.8% of the state, are currently driving without auto insurance. What they discovered was that for lower income communities, specifically communities of color, insurance is way too expensive and horrifically inequitable. The Washington Post also reported just 2 weeks ago in an article called Auto Insurers Unfairly Set Rates Based on Driver's Education and Occupations that income, credit history, education, and most notably zip codes are what jack up the price when underwriting insurance premiums. They also said in that same article that these current practices currently hurt Black and Latino residents. As an example, credit history alone has the power to ensure that a person with poor credit pays 123% more in their monthly premiums than somebody with excellent credit. That roughly ends up being around $500 to $2,000 a year. This is the reason why we have so many people that are already uninsured. What this bill is actually going to do is going to ensure that people who can't pay back money judgments for accidents because they don't have insurance are going to end up having their licenses suspended. The University of Baltimore already reported just recently that license suspensions disproportionately affect African Americans. Being 31% of the state, they make up 71% of the license suspensions. When you suspend somebody's license, what you end up doing is effectively prevent them from going to work, prevent them from taking care of their families, prevent them from being able to take care of their lives, and more importantly, prevent them from being able to go to work to pay back the judgments that have been set against them. We know from countless data that suspending a license is never a good equitable way to help people pay back any types of debts. We see this a lot with child support as well, and a bill I believe was just heard yesterday about that specific situation. So I will say this last thing in closing. Maryland Transportation Law 16-303 and 17-707 state that if you drive uninsured or without a license, that you can be incarcerated for up to 1 year or pay a $1,000 fine or both. Here's the problem. If you suspend licenses for what this bill is trying to produce, and I understand the motivations behind the bill, but if you suspend licenses, you will end up having more and more people having to drive without a license, who are already driving uninsured, and you're going to risk incarcerating more poor people unnecessarily who just don't have the money to pay back these incidents. So I understand where the sentiment of the bill, where it's coming from, but for those reasons, we have to urge an unfavorable report. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, excellent. Thank you, Mr. Dews. Next, we'll have Ms. Henson. You are up.
Hi, thank you. My name is Nicole. For Justice. For the record, we are an advocacy group that is led by formerly incarcerated individuals in the state of Maryland. And I just echo all of the comments that my colleague, Mr. Dews, just mentioned, right? We already have so many punitive policies that this body of legislators have produced, like penalizing individuals because they can't afford child support. And so their license is suspended in that way, and they're not able to work, and then they're not able to provide for their families. You know, we would argue that if we want folks to pay their bills on time, then we're making sure that folks are paid more than a livable wage, a wage that is compatible with the market of rent and insurance and the like. If we want to make sure that people can afford to pay their bills, we would do things like repeal the unit rule so that individuals can get these offenses off of their record, and so they can get into some industries that they can make some money. This bill talks about only allowing somebody 30 days. I mean, we're in the middle of COVID. People have lost their jobs. People have lost their housing. And we want to say that you have 30 days to complete this judgment, or we will suspend the only opportunity, one of the only gateways you have to provide for your family. And this is not just accident judgments the way I read it. This is if I somehow owned a car some years ago and, you know, I failed to pay off that car. That is something that is on my credit, and that is something I have to deal with in my credit. So these other companies will be able to come and say, oh, you know, you didn't pay me, and so now I can get your license suspended, on top of the fact that my credit report is low and I have a 545 because of that. And I'm already penalized because of that. Now they can come and suspend my license. And the owner and the driver. There are situations where somebody might drive somebody's car and get in an accident. It wasn't quite the owner's fault, right? And so the driver and the owner comes up with some sort of agreement that, listen, I will pay you back because I made this mistake. And oftentimes what happens is, before the owner of the car can even sue the driver or even get any compensation from the driver, they have to be sued by the company first. And so that owner, who is going to have some situations with the driver, they can't even get any compensation from the driver until they are now in default. I think this law is, we are moving backwards instead of moving in a forward motion to ensure that families in this state are able to provide for their children. We have to stop criminalizing the poor. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for your testimony. And with that, that'll conclude the testimony for Senate Bill 373. We'll now move to the committee for questions. Senator West has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Isn't it the case that when you apply for a driver's license or when you apply to renew your driver's license, you have to provide your information about your insurance to the Motor Vehicle Administration in order to get the license issued or reissued?
Yes, that's true, Senator West. But again, and there is a follow-up process whereby if you say on the form you have insurance, and you do, and the insurance stops a month or 6 months or 1 year later, the insurance company notifies the Motor Vehicle Administration of an insurance lapse. And that has to do with the Maryland law that says if you want the privilege of driving a tagged vehicle, you have to have insurance. The enforcement is not very strong. And as was testified by one of the opponents, I think 12% of our citizens currently don't have insurance. So I'm not advocating a mass withdrawal of the privilege of driving, but the issue is today, the only recourse Maeve, Mr. Saul, and Ms. Dentler have is to egregiously go out and grab a savings account, a checking account, or garnish a wage. With this tool in place, they can go to the person who caused the damage and say, look, pay us 25 bucks a month, pay us 50 bucks a month, pay us 100 bucks a month, whatever we can do. And remember, it's reviewed by a judge. So if the court says it seems reasonable based on their income, based on their number of people in their household, etc., the judge could approve it or deny it. And during that whole process of evaluation by the courts, there's no suspension, there's no revocation. Mr. Saul, could, if I may, Mr. Chairman, could Mr. Saul weigh in on this?
Absolutely.
Yeah, Mr. Saul.
Yeah. So, and I definitely appreciate the points that Mr. Dews makes and the opponents make. You know, what winds up happening a lot of times, the very first call I get from these judgment debtors is a result of the notice they get from the Motor Vehicle Administration. And when they have their initial call with me, most of them comment how surprised they are that they're talking to a lawyer. For a lot of these folks, I actually care about what their finances are. I care about what their job situation is, because if they don't have a job, if they're not working, I'm not going to get paid on my judgment. I've had cases with farmers who tell me that they're only making money 6 months out of the year unless it snows. And I'll work with them and I'll wait 6 months. I've had people, I had a guy who had gotten out of jail and found out he was suspended. And he told me he was a licensed plumber. And I hooked him up with somebody who is a plumbing contractor. I have represented over the years 7 or 8 of these people who I first meet when I've garnished or when I've suspended their driving privileges. They have these interactions with me. They're like, we trust you to represent us and help us out with our problems. The insurance companies trust you to handle things for them. And it's one of these situations where if they stay in touch with me, I don't have to garnish their wages. I don't have to attach their bank accounts. When they don't stay in touch with me, I'm left with no choice but to do that. And the hardship on these people of a wage garnishment or an attachment of a bank account. I had a woman who I attached her a bank account 2 weeks after her student loan hit her account, and the bank froze that money. The insurance companies that I represent listen to me and listen to my recommendations. I don't want this young lady to avoid being able to go to nursing school. I worked out an arrangement with her and with the bank so that they withheld a small amount of what was in her account and allowed her to continue on with her education. So what we're doing for the insurance companies is really trying to work with these people, work together with them, not to see to it that they can't have their license to drive. We want them to be licensed, and that's why we will provide them with a petition for order of installment payments, instruct them on how to get it processed. Now that stuff gets e-filed, my office electronically files that for them. All they need to do, if they're going to be late, they just send me an email. They send me, they leave me a voicemail, and we take care of them. You know, this is as much as you'd like to, as much as the opponents think it's onerous, it really is not. And it's the first interaction a lot of these people have with an attorney. And I give them a lot of advice and a lot of help on matters unrelated to these pro bono to help these folks.
Thank you, Mr. Sells. Let me interrupt and ask one question, Mr. Dews. Mr. Dews, I assume you agree that people should not be allowed to drive on the roads in Maryland if they don't have insurance, don't you?
I would love to agree with that. However, as I said in my testimony, the way that Maryland actually has its insurance laws allows for insurance rates to be ridiculously expensive, specifically for lower income communities. I mean, the difference is somebody in Howard County paying $100 a month versus somebody in Baltimore City paying $425 a month, when the person in Baltimore City doesn't even have enough income to be able to handle that, which leads to the uninsured problem in the first place. So if you can bring down the auto insurance rates, then yes, I would love to be able to say, Senator West, that we should be able to have people that are more.
But isn't that a moving target? No matter how much, let's assume we could reduce the auto insurance rates by 25%. There's still going to be a lot of people who can't afford auto insurance. Are you suggesting we should change the state's automobile laws so that someone who can't afford automobile insurance, however far we can reduce the insurance cost, is someone who can't afford auto insurance is entitled to drive a car on the roads with no insurance?
Not at all, actually. What I'm actually suggesting is that and I believe it's 16-303 of the Transportation Code, that the idea of incarceration, and this is a separate bill altogether, but that the idea of incarcerating somebody for driving without a license, specifically because their license has been suspended for something like child support, should be repealed.
We had that bill and I signed on to it. I was a co-sponsor of that.
Indeed, and I thank you for that.
This question is a different question. The question is, if someone, for whatever reason, can't afford automobile insurance, do you think they should be permitted to drive on the roads?
I mean, I'll answer the same way in a similar vein by saying they can't afford the auto insurance, and that is the reason why. So it's like saying, well, if you have $1 million, then you can come into this house and then you can have a home. But if a person does not have $1 million and they cannot come into the home, and then you ask me the question, shouldn't everybody have a home? Well, then, like we've kind of got this game that's being played. And that's the best way I can answer that question. I would love for
Okay.
everybody to be insured and for everybody to have a driver's license. But as I've said before, current policies are just restricting that for many lower income people in Maryland.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer.
Well, thank you, sir.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Dews. So just for everyone to know, the way that it works, I mean, Senator West, you can direct it, but for the witnesses that are on the panels, we usually just, the senators will ask a question. So if you'd like to get Ms. Hansen's input, I'm more than happy to accommodate. What do you, thumbs up there?
Mr. Chairman, a question?
Absolutely, Senator Riley.
Senator Riley. I'm not able to see any testimony in the file. Are there anything, any submission, written submission in favor or against?
Let me look. I have.
My staff might have gotten a link, but I was just looking a minute ago. I couldn't find it. I'm restricted to EHE bills.
Got it.
Yes, we did send it over this morning.
I don't need to know who it is, just if there are some.
We have, yes, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pieces of, 7 pieces of testimony on this bill.
A favor or favorable or unfavorable?
So 2 favorable, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 3 favorable and 4 unfavorable.
Okay. I'll look forward to being able to review that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Excellent. We'll make sure you get that. I know that.
Yeah. Thanks. No, not a complaint, just an observation.
Excellent. Appreciate it. Thanks.
You're welcome.
All right. Senator West, anything else? You good to go? Okay. Looking around the room for questions from the committee. All right, look, Ms. Henson, I want to make sure, was your answer responsive to Senator West's question? Okay, if you could just succinctly respond, I want to make sure we get you in here, and then we're going to move on to the next bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All I was going to say is, of course, we want all Marylanders driving safe, and we want people to have insurance. And I think what's important to note is that sometimes a fix on one bill, we may not have all the answers for this specific bill, but a fix to many of these things are in other pieces of legislation that you all are responsible for, right? And so if we make sure that we're not continuously criminalizing poverty, if we're ensuring that people have equitable wages, if we're ensuring that people can get some of these expungements off of their record, in other ways, right? In these other ways that you are pushing out policy or even repealing bad policy, it is a fix to a bill like this to ensure that people can afford this, to ensure that they can even handle some of the interest rates that come with many of these judgments. Because I want you all to remember that while these law firms are going after monies, they are tacking on interest fees in addition to what folks owe, which also, people can't pay, and they get wrapped up in this cycle. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And with that, seeing no further questions, that will conclude the hearing and the testimony for Senate Bill 373. We'll now move on. Thank you, Senator Riley. We'll now move on to Senator West. You have the last 2 bills of the day. We'll start with Senate Bill 467. Senator West, you're up. I'll ask to unmute you. So. There you go.
There we go. Am I okay now?
You're good.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, it's a pleasure to be before you I think most of my bills this year have been for other committees so far, so it's nice to be before this committee. I'm pleased to introduce Senate Bill 467, which changes a single word in the Maryland Code. The bill was brought to me by the Maryland State Bar Association's Estates and Trust section, which represents about 1,200 estates and trust lawyers across the state. And so when they bring legislation, it's generally a consensus of all the estates and trust lawyers that this legislation would be desired. Currently, Maryland provides that in the administration of estates, the payment of commissions to personal representatives and the payment of attorney's fees, quote, may be made, close quotes, and I'm emphasizing the word may, without court approval, so long as A, all creditors who have filed claims but haven't been paid yet consent in writing. B, the combined sum of such commission payments and attorney's fees does not exceed the maximum amounts permitted to be paid under the Maryland Code. And the code provides for payment of at 9% of the first $20,000 of the estate, plus 3.6% of the balance of the estate. That's the cap that the code permits, unless the will provides for higher compensation. And then C, signed written consents are filed with the Register of Wills by all interested persons in the estate. And interested persons is a defined term, which means basically anybody with an interest in the estate, most particularly the beneficiaries. Under the current law, therefore, anyone who might have a possible objection to the payment of the commissions or the attorney's fees can prevent such sums from being paid without a court hearing by merely refusing to execute the consent form. So under current law, if all underpaid creditors and all interested parties have executed the consent form, the payment of such commissions and fees, quote, may be made without court approval. The problem with the verbal phrase may be made, however, is it suggests that the Orphans Court still, quote, may, close quotes, have a role to play. Assuming that all unpaid creditors and interested parties have consented to the payment of the commissions and attorney's fees, there's no reason why the Orphans Court should get involved at all. There's no need for a petition for approval of the commissions and fees to be filed with the Orphans Court. There's no need to have a court proceeding in which people have to show up in court. There's no need for the Orphans Court to enter an order approving the commissions and fees. All of that is simply a waste of time and money. And that's why this bill changes the operative verbal phrase from may be made to shall be made in these situations in which everyone has consented to the fees to be paid and in which the fees are below the statutory cap. So for these reasons, I request a favorable report on Senate Bill 467. And with me today to talk about it further and answer questions is Michelle Muffaletto, who is the chair-elect of the Estates and Trusts section of the Maryland State Bar Association.
Excellent. Thank you, Senator West. And Ms. Muffaletto, you is the primary witness. You have 5 minutes, so the floor is yours.
Hi there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senator West, members of the committee. My name is Michaela Muffaletto. I'm the chair-elect of the MSBA Estate and Trust Law section. We're requesting a favorable report on Senate Bill 467. As Senator West said, this bill is simple. It's a one-word change in section 7604 of the Estates and Trust article, changing the word may to shall as relates to the payment of fees and commissions without court approval when all interested persons have provided their written consent and the amount being requested is under the statutory cap. One of the main purposes of the Estates and Trusts article in its entirety is to simplify the administration of estates and to reduce the expenses of administration. That's exactly what this section of the code was intended to accomplish when it was enacted in 1997. Before talking about 7604, it's helpful to take a step back and look at how personal representatives and attorneys are actually paid in estates. There's 2 main sections. Section 7601 of the Estates and Trust article, which provides that a personal representative is entitled to reasonable compensation for services rendered to the estate. To secure that compensation, a personal representative must file a petition with the Orphans Court, and that petition is subject to the court's review and approval. The commissions, as Senator West said, are capped. They can't exceed the statutory amount, 9% on the first 20,000 of estate assets and 3.6% on the excess over 20,000. Similarly, under section 7602 of the Estates and Trust article, an attorney is entitled to reasonable compensation for services rendered either to the personal representative or to the estate. In order to secure those fees, a petition must also be filed with the Orphans Court and is subject to the court's review and approval. In estates where there's both PR commissions and attorney's fees, the total compensation is to be considered together. So there's no doubt under these two sections, fees and commissions are within the discretion of the Orphans Court and subject to their review and approval. The same can't be said, however, for Section 7604. It was enacted as an alternative to this process in 1997 for the specific stated purpose of authorizing the payment of fees and commissions when the total compensation is under the statutory cap and everybody with an interest consents, all done without court approval. The intent of Section 7604 was to provide this alternative procedure to avoid the necessity of judicial oversight, thereby reducing the overall cost and simplifying the administration process. The opposition put forth by the judges would suggest that a review of fees and commissions is always within their discretion. Respectfully, the Estates and Trust Law section disagrees with that statement. There are circumstances, for example, in a modified administration where everything is done before the Register of Wills and nothing, including a consent for fees and commissions, ever goes before a judge for review and approval. We believe the same applies to fees and commissions under Section 7604. If the Orphans Court can review any fee and commission as they claim, even when they're below the statutory cap and consents are secured, then in fact, no fees and commissions may be paid without court approval. This is contrary to the intent of 7604 and, quite frankly, the plain meaning of the statutory language set forth in 7604. The words, quote, without court approval, quote, can only have one meaning. In these circumstances, the interested persons are in the best position to police their personal representatives and attorneys. It's their money, after all, being used to pay these fees. Finally, judicial oversight of fees and commissions under Section 7604, it's not in the best interests of Marylanders. Doesn't foster judicial economy or uniformity across the orphans courts throughout the state. It will result in delays and greater costs when everyone has already provided their consent in order to provide this additional detail and invoices that aren't required unless there's a petition filed with reasonable detail. It will also restrict access by some to legal representation, thereby impacting the access to justice. Without the ability to ensure reasonable and efficient method of securing fees for services, attorneys like me might be less inclined to take on representation. For these reasons, we believe the change from may to shall is necessary to remove the judicial oversight, and we request a favorable ruling from the committee. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And next up, we'll have Mr. McFarland. Hey, there you are. You're up next.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Byron McFarland. I am the Register of Wills for Howard County, and I'm here to strongly support this bill. I support this bill as a Register of Wills, working with grieving families every day, as an attorney who understands how seriously members of our profession take our duty to charge fair fees to our clients, and as a citizen who believes that our government should not stand in the way of members of a family, especially those in grief, who have managed to find consensus. As Senator West and Mrs. Muffletto indicated, this legislation is necessary because some orphans courts interpret current law as permitting them to cut or deny attorney's fees in the cases that we mentioned. I and many others don't believe they do. And this bill will make it crystal clear that these courts cannot substitute their own personal preferences for the judgment of the parties whose, as Ms. Muffletto said, it's their own inheritance that's at stake. No one is better positioned to decide what are fair fees than the people who are giving up some of their own inheritance. So this bill would ensure that their wishes are respected. Opponents of this bill have argued that judicial oversight is needed to protect, in their own words, uninformed members of the public who apparently can't be trusted to know what they're signing. Second guessing a citizen's competence to consent to pay attorney's fees is both invasive and inconsistent with scrutiny over other types of consents in probate. There are numerous instances in probate when interested parties offer their consent to the initial appointment of the personal representative, to the waiving of bonds for those personal representatives, and to the probate of copies of wills. The courts never question the competence of individuals signing those consents, so consents to reasonable attorney's fees should be no different. When courts interfere with unanimous agreement among family members in an estate, it prolongs probate, it delays resolution to a loved one's death, and injects uncertainty into an otherwise harmonious process. We should respect the judgment of our citizens. We should encourage harmony among family members and afford them a swift conclusion to their loved ones' estates. I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. McFarland. Good to see you. And with that, that ends the testimony for Senate Bill 467. Turning to the committee for questions. Seeing none, thank you, Senator West, and thank you to the panel. Have a good evening. And with that, that concludes the hearing for Senate Bill 467. We'll now move on to our last bill of the day, Senator West, Senate Bill 445. Senator West, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a pleasure to introduce Senate Bill 445, which is another simple bill. For many years, Maryland has required the owner of a registered Maryland motor vehicle to replace any broken glass in the car's windshield with safety glass. This is important because the glass frequently is all that is between the driver of the car and exiting the car under terrible circumstances and being killed out there on the road. Until this point, the term safety glass has been defined in Maryland law as any glass product that is so made or treated as to substantially prevent the glass from shattering and flying when struck or broken. This definition is rather broad and unspecific. This bill requires the administration to adopt regulations establishing defined standards for aftermarket safety glass replacement that at least meet the automotive glass replacement safety standard established by the Auto Glass Safety Council. This Safety Council is an organization which is a nonprofit entity which has developed and continuously maintained North America's only auto glass replacement standard. So to discuss with you why the law of Maryland should be changed from the current general language to specifically reference the Auto Glass Safety Council safety standard, I have three witnesses led off by Deborah Levy.
Excellent. Thank you, Senator West. Ms. Levy, you're up. You're primary witness. You've got 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee. I serve as the president of the Auto Glass Safety Council, or AGSC for short. As you mentioned, AGSC is a not-for-profit safety organization. We're dedicated to the proper installation of auto glass. AGSC members are installation companies and technicians, associations, safety advocates, suppliers of materials such as glass and adhesives, insurance companies, and those who provide auto glass information and services. AGSC has both profit and not-for-profit members, and it has members in all 50 states and a number of countries. For example, 4 of the 5 largest auto glass companies in this country are members of AGSC. It is open to everyone with an interest in safety. AGSC manages a very robust training and certification program, and it provides educational events both online and in person. It produces materials that educate both consumers and the industry as well, all about safe installations. AGSC has also developed the standard we're discussing today, the Automotive Glass Replacement Safety Standard, called AGRESS. I know that's a mouthful. Federal agencies such as NHTSA, though, do not regulate the installation of glass in the aftermarket. This falls to the states. AGSC's standard-making process is approved by ANSI, a group that focuses on the process, not the content of any standard. ANSI's role is to make sure our development process was by consensus, was thorough, and was open and transparent. Standards, of course, only work when they're followed. That's why AGSC also administers one of the most innovative self-regulating programs ever created in the automotive aftermarket. To become members of AGSC, glass installation companies provide evidence that they follow the standard, including documentation of the adhesive systems that they use and the training that their technicians undergo. In fact, the technicians who work for AGSC companies must be AGSC certified themselves. And after being accepted as members, AGSC member companies undergo periodic on-site random audits by independent third-party auditors. It's part of why the program is so innovative. These auditors work for AGSC, for the council. They do not work for the auto glass company. The auditors review the installation procedures and practices, and they actually watch and review the work of the technicians installing the auto glass. They check everything down to the expiration dates of the adhesives that the installers are using. The adhesives even have a shelf life, and those get checked. Any shop that's found non-compliant with the standard is notified and must correct the deficiency within 6 weeks. Then the auditors return and verify that the deficiencies have been corrected. If they have not been corrected and the shop is not in compliance, then they are removed as members and a notice is placed on our website of such. We estimate that approximately 55% of the locations in Maryland installing auto glass are AGSC members and part of this program. These companies are committed to safety. AGSC also has a method of handling consumer complaints about members, if any arise. I will say, though, that we rarely get a complaint about a member company, luckily. Most of the complaints that we receive are about non-members. Now, there's little we can do to help consumers who use non-member companies, of course, but the passage of this law would allow those consumers a pathway. They would be able to be referred to the appropriate consumer agency in the state, and we would be able to let everyone know, including consumers contacting us and installation companies in the state, that there is a law, that they must follow the standard. I invite you to take a minute to view the links on the video news reports that have been provided with my written testimony, most notably the 2020 report and the Call Curtis report, to see how important a safety issue this is. The standard itself is only 8 pages, including the definitions. It's easy to understand and follow. It conveys proper installation methods and procedures and covers vehicle assessment, education of technicians, and a whole lot more. Not only is it easy to understand, it stands up under technical scrutiny. Enforcement of this bill could be woven into already existing state systems. Written complaints from the public would be investigated, and confirmation of noncompliance would be grounds for action by the appropriate agency. The increased number of cars.
Time.
Give her a brief moment to conclude.
Thank you. The only thing I want to say is I actually got on the call at about 1 o'clock today, so I've listened to all your work all day and learned so much from everything ranging from undocumented people who have accidents and what happens to them to someone reporting sexual assault. And the only thing I could think of when I was thinking of this wide breadth and width of your work was the word impactful. And so we appreciate it very much, and I ask you to take a look at all the impact you can have for auto glass safety as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levy. We feel the same way. When I woke up this morning, I couldn't have predicted that I'd learn as much about the auto glass industry as I just did. Appreciate it. All right. Well, next we'll go in. Let's go in order. So, Mr. Heflin, you're up next.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Patrick Heflin, and I am the Maryland Regional Manager for Glass America, a national auto glass company with 6 locations throughout Maryland. We install approximately 10,000 pieces of glass in the state in an average year in vehicles. I'm here in support of Senate Bill 445 for a number of reasons, including this very important one. The Auto Glass Replacement Safety Standard, known as the AGRA standard for short. AGRA standard is an ANSI standard that involves with changing technology. At no time has vehicle technology been changing as fast or as elaborate as it is today. Take, for example, the relatively new advanced driver assist systems, ADAS for short. These systems do everything from alert drivers if they are drifting out of their lane to slowing the car, braking if they neglect to do so. You may have some or all of these systems in your own vehicle depending on its age. A very small camera, usually mounted in the center of the windshield, works in tandem with the car's computer to keep these ADAS systems operating properly. Something as simple as cleaning the camera can throw the system off. Whenever the camera looks through a new substance, such as a new windshield, it must be recalibrated to be sure it is operating properly. This is an important safety issue, as having the camera positioning off even a minuscule amount can affect its proper operation. This problem often can show up well after the windshield has been replaced. Glass shops performing safe installations know how to handle ADAS. It is addressed in the AGRA standard and continues to be updated in response to this new technology. It's very tough for the companies that do this work properly and safely to see other technicians who say things like, "We don't touch the camera, so we don't need it recalibrated." They are jeopardizing their customer safety. These technicians will often say that there's no law that they have to follow that standard, so they don't. By making Senate Bill 445 law, you further protect the driving public and show all installers that by law they must do what is right. Thank you for having me today.
So thank you, Mr. Heflin. And next we will have Mr. Anderson. You are up next. Don't see Mr. Anderson then. Then we'll move on to our final witness of the day, Mr. Popham. Bryson, how are you?
Chairman, members of the committee, Bryson Popham, appearing before you today in support of Senate Bill 445 with amendments on behalf of my client, Safe Light Group. I don't think I need to introduce Safe Light to you. It's one of the leaders in the automotive safety glass replacement industry, and I support much of the testimony that you have heard so far today. When I first saw this bill, I found it deceptively simple, but I think it's important that the committee realize what a critically important subject is addressed in the bill, in the few lines of this bill. This bill, once it eventually is enacted, is going to affect the safety of any person in this state who drives a motor vehicle or rides in a motor vehicle. Why? In a word, technology. Windshields today on vehicles have many different sensors, cameras, you've heard about them, and if they are not installed properly, and that's what this bill is about, it's not about the glass itself, it's about the installation. If they are not installed properly, then serious accidents and bodily injury can occur. Now, I testified in favor on the other side too, recommended a summer study. Chairman Barve, who has that bill, requested that we provide some amendments. We have done so to him. I did not have them done in time to get them to you, although Senator West has them. And I just want to very briefly touch on the three that I did. First is the word aftermarket in line 14 on page 2. I recommended that that term be stricken, or if not stricken, then defined, because the term aftermarket does not appear in the Maryland statute anywhere, nor does it appear in the AGRIS standard, a copy of which I have right here. So that's one recommendation. Another recommendation in line 16, you will see reference to the standard itself. That's entirely appropriate, spelling that out. And the Auto Glass Safety Council, that's also appropriate too, but I think it's unusual that a state statute would include the name of a private organization in it. If that is your preference, I do not object, as long as you have this acronym in there too, and that is the American National Standard Institute. If I may finish, I would simply like to request an opportunity to have the sponsor convene a stakeholders group and address these requested amendments in greater detail. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, let me, if I could, Mr. Chairman, I should add Mr. Popham and I spoke this morning, and I enthusiastically endorsed the idea of a little work group with all the stakeholders to sit down and see if we can't put this bill in final form. And it seems to me some of Mr. Popham's, he only has 3 amendments there, and they're brief. They're as brief as the bill is. So I have to believe we're going to be able to reach an agreement on this thing and bring back a consensus piece of legislation to the committee.
Excellent. Yeah, the committee will work with you through that process, and we'll make it happen. All right, well, with that, that'll conclude the testimony for Senate Bill 445. Turn to the committee for questions. All right, seeing no questions, that will end the hearing for Senate Bill 445. Thank you, Senator West, and thank you to the panelists. And with that, that'll end our hearings for the day. We are actually done. No work group, no work sessions, no additional hearings, no voting. Tomorrow, though we are scheduled to, weather permitting, we'll be here, and we'll have hearings and then voting. So if you, I know that we set a deadline for amendments, but keep working on the amendments in preparation for tomorrow. And we'll see you then. All right, have a good night. See you all later. Stay safe tonight.